Sirs, are we okay? We're live? Okay, great. Commissioner Francis is going to lead us in the opening prayer, and Commissioner Lewis is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, let's all pray. Our Father, our God, thank you for another opportunity to come together and do our public service to service the people of Louisiana, a place that you created a long time ago. Thank you for your holy words, and one of them is very special is your mercies are new every morning for all those who trust you. We just ask your blessing upon this meeting today, and let your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And before we get started with announcements, I'd like to remind everybody that next month we do not have a meeting, but I would also remind everybody it's our 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. So I hope everyone has a joyous 4th of July celebration and celebrates it the way our founding fathers suggested we do so, and you can look that up for a good time. So we move on to announcements. Any announcements from staff before we move to the commissioners?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
The first is, I do want to wish two folks in the audiences, they share a birthday today, Mr.
It's technically three.
Wait, I
Okay.
know. Oh, Mr. Sissung and Mr. Kleehammer's birthdays are today, to wish them a happy birthday. And the third I was gonna do separate because it's very special, is Jameson Evans' 5th birthday. So we want to wish him a very, very happy birthday today.
Is Mama letting him go out with them for lunch?
His mama made him a chocolate cake, so he's very happy.
Okay, well,
If we're done for lunch.
did you bring enough for everybody? That's the expression.
No, sir.
When you're online, you make sure you don't chew gum or you bring enough for everybody, right? Thank you, and congratulations to baby Jameson. The other two are not they're not admitting how old they are, so
Yes.
congratulations to them too.
And then we are going to take a few items up out of order. So we're going to start with Exhibit 6, then move to Exhibit 9, then move to Exhibit 14, and then take up Exhibit 22. And then we will go back to the regular agenda. 6, 9, 14, and then 22.
Okay, any other announcements?
No, sir.
I was just going to say, we see Commissioner Campbell's not here, but I fully expect him back in August, and I think if he wouldn't held back, he would have been here today.
I
And
understand.
if Foster, if you're listening, we're waiting to see you again.
That's right.
And my understanding is Commissioner Campbell is on the mend. And the last time somebody saw him, he was eating a plate of spaghetti and having a good time. So, and I went and did the Jim Angster show on Monday, and Jim and I spoke about Foster and knew that he was on the mend, and he was looking forward to being back in August. So we wish him well, and we all include him in our prayers. Commissioner announcements. Commissioner Lewis, anything? Sir. Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd like to recognize, I had a good friend of mine pass away over the last week. His name is Bobby John. He and his brother founded J&J Exterminating, something like 50-some years ago, and a very good friend of mine. It's the largest pest control corporation in Louisiana, home-owned, home-operated, so Bob was a great guy. So I know our family, we'll all go miss him.
Okay. Commissioner Cousin, anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an important announcement. This is about the notice of proceeding regarding the determination and evaluation of private use electrical networks, AKA microgrids, in order to enable generation to serve new large industrial loads looking to serve and locate in Louisiana. This docket was opened pursuant to my directive on April 15th to evaluate private use electrical networks as a potential method to aid in the interconnection of generation to serve new large industrial loads looking to locate here. As we all know, time is of the essence for our electrical generation needs. And it's my understanding that staff plans to issue a procedural schedule and its first set of requests for information in its docket this week. I also want to encourage any stakeholder who would like to participate to intervene in the docket and respond to the request for information so that the staff can have the benefit of as many perspectives as possible. Staff has informed me that all late interventions, that would be late as in you haven't done it yet, will be accepted as long as the stakeholder accepts the posture of the docket at the time of the intervention. I know we have that actual announcement. It's going to take place some point in the next couple of days. I'd like staff to be able to just kind of acknowledge that and say publicly kind of what the plans are. And as we proceed, I'd like the staff to, recommit and double down on working as efficiently as possible so that we can get to a resolution of this matter and so that we have certainty for our business community as we move forward. So Lauren Evans, I believe it's your time to shine.
Sure, Lauren Evans on behalf of staff. So we will issue the notice of procedural schedule and first set of requests for information sometime this week. The responses will be due in about a month, and then staff will put out a draft rule. We do plan on holding a technical conference and accept comments on the draft rule itself. And depending on the complexity of the feedback received, we might need to send out more requests for information. I want to make sure everybody's aware. We're going to have a little bit of flexibility on that. But regardless, we are looking to have final rules on this by year end.
Can I ask you a question about technical conferences?
Absolutely.
Technical conferences are technical. My understanding is that oftentimes we get a lot of lawyers, and we have a lot of lawyers here. I'm a lawyer. Mr. Chairman's a lawyer. And our staff has many lawyers. What do you think is the best use of a technical conference's time relative to interveners? And what type of technical expertise should be brought to the table by interveners? Should it be only lawyers, or should there be other experts that the interveners bring to the table to actually offer technical advice and expertise?
Sure. So obviously we encourage lawyer participation, but I think something like this where we're trying to establish rules that could affect customers or large load entities, I think participation from all would be appreciated, because the more perspectives that staff can get, the better evaluation, the better rule we can put out.
Okay, and staff, can y'all add to that, please, as far as, over the years, some of the best some of the best results from technical conferences? Who has participated in those, from the electrical engineering to economists to planners? What type of input should we be getting?
So we certainly have input from the attorneys from the sense of like the clarification of the rules and how the rules should be written, but from the technical perspective, it's definitely subject matter experts of our utilities, subject matter experts from the interveners in the docket that are not our utilities, stakeholder groups such as LUG, such as the Alliance. So anyone related to the subject matter gives us definitely some good feedback and substance to contemplate when we're trying to put together the legality of the rules themselves.
And just one more thing, like in a technical conference, we are going to have an opportunity for written comments, but in a technical conference, like I prefer them to be a little more conversational, people talking about the issues, not necessarily being rigid in their responses, because we're getting rigid responses in the written comments. So if we can encourage in the technical conference to be more conversational and allow this input from all these different types of stakeholders, I think that would be the best use of that time.
Okay, so I'm asking for more engineers to show up than lawyers. I'm going to be very plain and clear about it. And I think that would be very helpful if we can get that. I'm a big fan of engineers. I think they get into the details more than we do sometimes. So with that said, I look forward to the scheduling order, and if anybody has any questions, they can reach out to you, as I understand.
Absolutely.
Okay, and this will be posted on our website? Or how will this be disseminated to prospective stakeholders?
The notice will go out to everyone that has already intervened in the docket, but if you want me to post it to the website, I can do that as well.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So the date has not been picked yet? The date of the conference is not done yet?
No.
Okay. Who's going to MC the meeting. Will you do that, Laura Hart?
That will be me. And I also have outside assistants, so Mr. Sisong and Ms. Shelton.
So if you're a lawyer, you get like 2 minutes. If you're a businessman, you get 3. Is that
Apparently
correct?
so.
Okay. Are the mud engineers qualified? Can they come, give their opinion?
Anybody can come. It'll be
Okay.
open to the public.
All right.
All right, will there, Lauren, will there be cake?
No.
Okay, checking. I would like to add one other message, a solemn message, that I also had a dear friend pass away just a couple of days ago. He was actually my CPA, who I was actually friends with before he was my CPA. It was John Terrio of the firm Malcolm Denis in Metairie, Louisiana. John was a dear friend. His brother was actually married to my cousin and knew John for 40-plus years, and he was a very dear friend. He passed away at a very young age of 64 years old, and I'll actually be attending services for him tomorrow, and I ask you all to also keep him in your prayers. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to the agenda, and we're moving on with, I believe, Exhibit 6.
Yes, sir. Exhibit number 6 is docket number S37857. This is National Water Infrastructure's request for a letter of non-opposition to enter into certain credit facilities, issue guarantees, and grant security interest in its assets in connection with those credit facilities. It's a discussion and possible vote on staff's report and recommendation. On February 24th of this year, NWI filed the instant request, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin, and no interventions were received. On April 23rd, NWI submitted a supplemental filing, which provided updates and additional documentation. In the request, NWI seeks to enter into credit facilities consisting of 18-month interim non-revolving construction lines of credit with an aggregate principal amount up to $50 million and a 36-month revolving line of credit with an amount up to $6 million outstanding at any time. On May 27th of this year, staff filed its staff report and recommendation into the record, finding that the request was a lawful object within the company's corporate purposes, necessary and appropriate and consistent with NWI's performance of its services to the public. This will not impair NWI's ability to perform that service, and is consistent with the public interest and the best interest of ratepayers. As such, staff recommended that the Commission expresses non-opposition subject to the Commission's standard conditions regarding loans. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the staff report and recommendation filed into the record on May 27th of 2026, and that an order is issued in this proceeding effective immediately.
Any motions?
I'll make it a motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Second by the chair. I do have some questions for the company before we take the final vote. If the company can come up. Thank you. Just say your name for the record, and they'll give you cards, I guess.
Myron Lambert, CEO for National Water Infrastructure.
Drake Bettis.
Got it? Right here.
Drake Bettis, CFO, National Water Infrastructure.
Thank you all for coming up and talk about this. I think this is a significant project that's going to be taking place in Ascension Parish, correct?
Yes, sir.
This amount that we're talking about on this non-op, is it going to make any initial impact on the consumers' bills at this time?
No, sir. We do have a CWIP filing separate from this. It's our first filing. Current rate is $49. The CWIP will allow $10 max cap, so it would go to $59.
59. So, and what exactly has been done so far in the overall plan towards the completed plan for this project?
So we've had the initial 100% design process. We've purchased 40 acres of land. Land's been cleared. We've built a road into the site, and we're under all of permitting. We've received LDH permitting. We're awaiting 2 permits to cross 2 different railroads, and then also the final core permit.
That's right. So effectively, we've gone through a lot of planning and a lot of design aspects for this particular project. So what's the ultimate project going to do for Ascension Parish?
So Ascension Parish, this has been a long-term goal of the parish government, local state officials, LDEQ, and also EPA. So we have the support of EPA through a final WIFIA loan, which is the Water Innovation Financing Act, that'll provide long-term lower interest loan. The final interest rate is projected to be 2.85%.
And why was it necessary to do this project for Ascension?
Because the Pontchartrain watershed is deemed to be a distressed watershed. We operate roughly 235 packaged sewer plants at each subdivision and put it in a local watershed. So this project will remove an estimated 72 plants, 4 million gallons per day out of the watershed and put it into the Mississippi River.
Right, so effectively, instead of taking the water, the sewage discharge and putting it into the estuaries that go into Lake Pontchartrain, it will go into the Mississippi River at a higher dilution coefficient,
Yes, sir.
okay? And so, but this is the first step, right? There are more steps to come, right?
Yeah, this is the first phase, and
And so how far, I mean, what is the cost of the project right now?
the estimated cost, which was approved at the regionalization rate case, is $184 million.
And that's the total cost of the total project?
That's the estimated cost that's approved.
And
Yes,
where
sir.
are we right now on accumulated costs so far?
Roughly 39 million. About 42 million.
You need to push the button on your microphone, just.
42 million, sir.
Yeah, and so we're gonna go from, we're at 39 million, we're gonna go to 180 plus million, and the rate anticipating right now, there's gonna be like, you said $49 a month after this?
Currently, we're at $49 a month. The CWIP filing will bring it to 59.
Right, and what are we gonna end up with after the 180?
So the regionalization rate case was $89.
Okay.
Once we hit the significant completion of the project, which we are targeting October 2028, it's a very aggressive schedule, and then we'd have 18 months to file the final rate case.
Right, and the parish itself has had a vote on this and supports this,
The
correct?
citizens of Ascension Parish had to vote to sell the parish assets, was roughly 109 sites, and agreed that they didn't want to be in the sewer business to privatize it.
Okay, all right, I don't have any more questions. Any questions from the commissioners? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lambert. I know in the beginning of the phase of this, we had some discussions, particularly with some of my constituents, about where the treatment facility was going to be. And can you just walk through what has happened since those town halls and the decision of NWI, and then also what that did to the project and its timeline and cost?
Yes, so we had the not in my backyard concept take place. We had two sites we chose that were requested by parish government and the local citizens not to be there. So we finally identified a site on Ashland Road, which is in the industrial corridor next to basically Occidental, Shell Oil, all those Shell Chemical. We have less than 2 residential customers within 3 miles of this site. So it did delay the project by about 2.5 years, but the aggressive timeline we've put together with Lemoyne as our program manager and working with our engineering company to do it this way, we were able to get our timeline back under control.
Thank you. And did that change any of the financing? Are you seeing?
No, the only financing that we have is we did have some cost increase for high-density polyethylene pipe and some PVC pipe. We were able to get in those long lead time items for an order, and we locked it in before the impact of the Iran issues. So we have the POs in place. We secured the pricing and was able to mitigate that process.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Is this basically driven by the EPA and environmental conditions in the area?
Yes, sir. The Pontchartrain Water District is a distressed watershed. The limits that we have to perform and treat the sewer to is, for instance, a 10 BOD is very low. And the opportunity to have that EPA support will ward off a consent decree, which would, require the entire parish, which would be a lot more than this 185 million.
Is there any other company or project underway that would solve this problem?
No, sir. And one other opportunity we have is we're working to create water credits. There's not many water credits at all that have been created. But if we can work with industry, permit the water to be put into the Mississippi River, but sell the water to industry and create water credits, we can utilize, if we can monetize that, we can buy the rate down for the customer. That is part of the rate case that was approved in the initial regionalization project.
Is there any intervener that's opposing this?
No, sir.
Okay. And for sure, there's no intervener who's got a better idea about how to solve the problem?
No, sir, they don't.
Okay. All right, thank you.
One thing I'd like to add is there's been, the this is part of the solution of improving the water quality in the estuary and Lake Pontchartrain. The other aspect of this equation is what's going to happen in the Florida parishes, from Livingston eastward to the Pearl River. And we've had discussions with the governments in the Florida parishes about creating a sewage pipeline mechanism to actually interconnect with this system in the future to do exactly what you're doing, which is to take that gray water after it's been processed in those parishes, bring it down to this facility, sell it off the gray water to the industrials for water credits, and then move it into the Mississippi River where we have a greater dilution coefficient. That should double the effect on improving the water quality in the Lake Pontchartrain. So, I congratulate you on your plan. I know it's an expensive process, but at the same time, it's going to improve the overall ecology of the region, and it's going to make a quality of life better, and you're going to also not be getting fined by the Department of Environmental Quality and the EPA, which is what a lot of our water systems do, is they get fined. We got to find ways to fix them.
have a
So
quick question
and
for
one
you.
more question from Commissioner Kusan.
Thank you. Gentlemen, Louisiana's water sector across the state is undergoing massive infrastructure improvements based upon federal dollars in many cases. Our water sector program has its own subcommittee identifying projects. Do you benefit from monies that are being appropriated by the state of Louisiana through the legislature?
We have not applied for any. It's all been part of the equity that we've invested into the project so far, with the commitment from EPA for the WIFIA, which is the Water Innovation Financing Act.
Because the water sector in Louisiana is essentially for public-run facilities, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're not a public entity?
No, sir, we're private.
Which is why you're in front of us.
Correct.
So I think it's essential that we as a body and as stakeholders continue to communicate both to our legislators, who I think sometimes maybe don't realize that your company and other private companies like you don't benefit from that large influx of federal dollars that we've been able to appropriate through the state of Louisiana through our water sector program. You are getting your own financing privately, in some cases benefiting from these national programs, but you're not benefiting from the monies that are being paid for by the constituents through their taxes. Those are going to public type of entities.
Correct, and I've had some conversation with some legislators that if that funding is appropriated to a project and the project is gonna go away because maybe the municipality couldn't match that funding, maybe there could be an emergency act that could appropriate that to a project like ours or any other water project in the state from a utility that is currently doing a project. That way we don't lose the dollars.
Yeah, because while you're not a public entity, clearly you're benefiting the public, especially here in this case in Ascension Parish.
Right.
Which voted for your project.
Correct. Water utilities perform a governmental activity. Basically, we would classify that way in some municipalities.
I urge you to continue your conversations with the legislature to see how we can, steer some of those funds to projects that have public benefit, despite not being through a public entity like your own. So I think we can find a mechanism for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you all for your
Great.
support.
Any other comments? There's been a motion by Commissioner Kusan, seconded by the chair. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, please. Number 9.
Yes, sir. Docket number U37359. This is Diversion Water Company's application for an increase in rates and service charges. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. Diversion sought an increase in its rates and service charges with notice of the application being published in the Commission's official bulletin, and no interventions were received. Diversion is domiciled in Prairieville, Louisiana, and provides retail water service to approximately 2,100 customers in Livingston and Ascension parishes. The applicant's last rate increase occurred in July of 2013. After completion of discovery and submission of testimony, Diversion and staff reached an agreement in an uncontested stipulated settlement, allowing Diversion to increase their additional revenue in the amount of $145,605. The settlement was filed into the record on May 8th of this year. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the corrected uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on May 8th, 2026.
The chair moves to accept the staff recommendation. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. Before we vote, I'd like to have the company come up. I got a few questions for them. Hey, Ms. Gary. Thank y'all for coming. Just introduce yourself. You have to push the buttons on the microphone, turn them green, and then you can talk.
I'm Brian Garrity, representing Diversion Water.
And if you want to introduce yourself, feel free.
Paris Gallagher, owner of Diversion Water.
Great. Just a couple of questions. First, you heard the testimony of the previous case. Are you going to eventually interconnect with this project in Ascension with NWI down the road, or since you're in that Prairieville sort of metroplex?
Most of our systems are further out on the parish line, so I don't know if that will ever happen, but if it does, then we'll look at it.
Okay. And what's the actual dollar amount per customer the rate increase is going to impact the average customer?
Approximately $4 per month.
$4? Okay. All right. That was the only thing I had. Any questions from any other commissioners?
A quick question. You heard my question to the last witnesses relative to state funds. Are y'all benefiting from any water sector dollars?
Not at this time. No, sir, privately owned company and not benefiting from those public dollars.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any commissioners? Hearing on that, thank you very much for coming up for the moment. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Your excuse. Matter's been moved by the chair, seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter's approved. Next item would be item number 3, number 14.
Yes, sir.
14.
Yeah, 14. It's docket number U37704. This is Utility Inc. of Louisiana's review and adjustment of base rates following merger with French Settlement Water Company, modification and extension of its formula rate plan, depreciation study, modifications to its tariff, and interim rate relief. Is a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. On August 12th of 2025, UIL filed its application, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin, and no interventions were received. At its December 2025 B&E, the Commission authorized UIL to implement an interim rate increase to achieve approximately 1/3 of the overall request, subject to refund and applicable bonding requirements. This vote was memorialized in order number U37704. After discovery and testimony, UIL and Commission staff reached an uncontested stipulated settlement, with the major terms being that the UIL can renew its FRP for an additional 3-year term under the same terms and conditions with some clerical amendments. UIL has the opportunity to earn a 9.5 ROE within a band of 9 to 10%. They are authorized a total rate base of approximately $40.5 million for water and $64 million for sewer. It can adjust its base rates to increase its additional revenue by an additional $4 million for $4 million for sewer, and another $4 million for water and $3.2 million for sewer. There will also be a 3-year phased-in consolidation of the former French Settlement Water Company customers to align with UIL's rates. UIL can authorize to change its tariff for the biochemical oxygen demand calculation, and upon expiration of this 3-year FRP and contemporaneous with its 2028 test year filing, UIL shall file a full base rate case with the Commission. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on May 22nd of this year.
Chair moves to accept the staff recommendation. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Kusan. Before we vote, I'd like to ask the company a few questions. They come up. All right, thank you. Couple of questions. First off, you know, the French settlement is at the northern tip of Ascension Parish, and it's all in this sort of zone of impact on the estuary area surrounding the feed to Lake Pontchartrain on the western zone. And you're including this into this area. A couple of questions. On these rates, number one, what are we looking at as the impact in rate increases for the average customer?
Kara Cantor on behalf of UIL and Aaron Accardo, president of UIL. On the, as Ms. Bowman read, we had got interim rates sometime back in December, which for an average water customer of UIL was about $3.31, and then this next push is gonna be about $13.90. And then the French settlement is different, their rates were lower, and as Ms. Bowman mentioned, we are going to stair step that in there, so we have to avoid any type of rate shock for those French settlement folks. And then, on the sewer side for UIL, it was about a $4.55 increase on interims, and this would be an additional $7.90.
What about water for French settlement?
$2.29 on the interim piece, and then this was an additional $9.63. So at the end of the day, French settlement water rates for this year, average customer would be about $40.
Say again, the last bit?
About $40
$40?
on the water
And
side.
that's going from $2.99?
It's going from $28.13 to $40 at the end of the day. which,
28, sorry, 28.13? Okay, to 40. Now, my question is, most of French settlement doesn't have a sewer system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so are they paying sewer rates of any kind? Okay.
No.
So what is the long-term plan for French settlement on sewer systems for dealing with it? Because they basically have, I guess, cesspools or French drains or
They've
septic
either got
tanks?
on-site mechanical systems, or of course, the legacy
Sorry about that, go ahead.
septic systems. And in some cases, there are actually two subdivisions prior to the Nexus merger where UIL served only sewer and French Settlement served only water. And in those two cases, we actually serve both now, but that's only two subdivisions.
All right, so is there any analysis on if these systems are integral or if they're, I mean, it's been that way for how many years now? Since the beginning, right?
That's
Is
my
there any
understanding.
indication if these systems are leaking or perforated or, doing ground seepage?
On the wastewater side
Yeah,
of
on
French
wastewater.
Settlement, I really can't speak to it. I could speculate and tell you that if there is as old as a lot of the things I see in the state, there could be a possibility of that. Yes, sir.
But do you have any interactivity on those sewer facilities?
Not on the wastewater facilities in French Settlement, except for the two subdivisions that are referred to that were previously owned and still owned by UIL.
And those actually have a sewer treatment facility?
Yes, we have,
Right.
we have regional treatment.
But because of the relationship as a regulated utility over water and wastewater for that community, I'm wondering how there is not an ultimate responsibility that comes into play on that. The people don't have the ability to opt in and opt out, do they?
We don't have any wastewater service in that area. We don't own it,
Okay.
we don't provide it.
Even on those subdivisions, though, you
It's
said
in
you
the,
do.
only the two that I referred to that were.
Well, then you
legacy
do have,
UIL.
then you
Right.
do have it in that
Right.
area.
Just
right?
in those two
Right,
subdivisions. yes,
okay.
sir.
So, but if those people want to do an interconnect into the sewage system, and they don't want to be on a septic facility anymore, is the ability for them to do that now? Is there a main?
We have no mains, sewer mains in the area.
Okay,
Depending on exactly where we're talking about, because the service area that we serve is spread out in different locations, of course, but there may be other providers that would be more viable for them to interconnect with, to get off of, say, a individual treatment plant onto a regional system.
okay.
I would have to explore that and, delve into
I'd
that.
like y'all to look into just the viability of these septic systems to make sure they're just not old and leaking and they're just not paying attention to them, because it may be something that has to be looked at long-term with LDEQ. But to clarify something, you said that the water on the overall system is now at $17 approximately?
On the UIL system?
On the UIL
It's
system?
currently $40, and it'd go up to $57.84. I was talking, that was the increase.
Okay.
So it went from 3-something in the interim.
So
and
it's a
then
unified rate?
For UIL water, French settlement water, and then UIL sewer. And then we did that for the average customers.
Right, so, but UIL and French settlement are now going to have the same water rate?
No, no. So I mean, as we mentioned, because French settlement's water rates started off so much lower, we are going to stair step that in to
Right.
avoid the rate shock over the next 3 years.
Okay, what are the steps?
They're to align with the FRP filings that are going to happen every year. So I don't 100% know what would happen next year after.
So you have to come in for the approval every year?
When we file our annual report, when UIL files its annual report, the staff and the company will work so that it's like a third, a third, a third. And so by the end of the 3 years, hopefully we'll have some rate parity with French and UIL. That's the goal.
So, so right now it's going to be at 40. We had an increase of, 17?
For UIL or French?
Well, that's what I'm trying to
Okay,
get
so
to.
for UIL, it will go from $40.63 to $57.84. For French settlement, it will be $28.13 to $40.05.
So your goal is to get that 40 up to 57?
Or whatever the FRP dictates at
Right, whatever the
time.
dictate is to get it to, towards a unified rate.
Right, I mean, and, you would, UIL is gonna slightly drop, so it kind of goes like this. So
Right,
hopefully
so
that
there'll
will
be a
end up-
decrease and an increase towards a unified rate.
Depending on
That'd
the
be the
FRP
goal.
filings, yes.
Right, okay, well, as long as the staff understands, that's the goal. So that's the important thing.
Commissioner, I would add that one of the reasons or the logic behind phasing French settlement in, aside from the fact that their initial rates are lower, is, as you know, their service level, just due to capacity issues with the failing wells.
Right.
There, and then
No, we
lots
had
of
to
main
put in the other
issues.
well, so how's that going?
We're 2,000 feet deep, going to 3,000 feet on the Delia Street well, so we're almost finished.
Okay.
We'll be on time with what we committed to this year.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what they're looking at is potentially somewhere from this $28 mark right now in French settlement to, after 3 years, it'll be somewhere in the mid-50s, early 50s.
I think that'd be fair.
Okay, all right, I don't have any more questions. Any questions from any other commissioners?
I'd like to follow up on Commissioner
Go
Shimada
ahead.
briefly. Who is the governing body in this French settlement area? Do they have a council, or is it the police jury, or?
The village itself
Yeah.
does have a council. Now, I work very closely with them and Mayor Idell.
Have they ever said anything about possibly building a sewer system in that area?
No, they have not.
Okay, all right.
I think it would, and again, I'll have to do more research for Commissioner Scarmetta and all of you, but I think it would be perhaps something that's handled more on a parish level, but also know that there are, they've got their own issues as well, and I'm in
French
contact with
settlement's
this.
in Livingston, isn't it?
It's in, a little bit of it's in Livingston.
And the other is in Ascension?
Right, in Ascension. So,
So
We've
it's right,
got-
it's on, depends on what side of the bayou you're on.
that's right.
Okay,
So you've got different issues with the parishes on their own needs from a wastewater perspective. And of course, we're in discussions with them constantly as to how we can help. As I think Commissioner Scarmetta, you know, in cases in St. Tammany Parish this year, we've established an emergency interconnect with the town of Abita because they were having some issues on the wastewater side, the water side with Tulane's primate research center. So we're doing that as often as we can in order not only to, I'll say selfishly as a company, we like the expansion opportunities, but also just as a good neighbor when wells are failing and it leaves customers without water and there's no secondary backups. We're right there and we can quickly construct an interconnect. It makes sense for everybody.
And I assume that area is growing population-wise?
Where?
That area is growing, French settlement, that area is growing population?
I wouldn't say very much.
Okay.
We do get some development, but we don't have any subdivision level. It's single home construction and it's fairly slow.
Okay. all right.
have you, one last question. Have you interacted with Ascension Parish government and NWII about the future of development on what's going to be happening with the development of the NWI system with movement of wastewater?
We haven't recently, but we were very involved with the parish prior to NWI's involvement, and we understand the project and what the goals of the project are, yes.
Well, I would suggest that maybe it's time to become more engaged with them.
Re-engage.
Because
Yes,
if we're looking at a 2028 implementation, now's the time.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, you're excused, thank you. Matter's been moved, let's see, I moved for it, and JP, you seconded it?
Yes.
And seconded by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Matter's approved. Next item is number 22.
Yes, sir. Exhibit number 22 is docket number U37584. This is Magnolia Water Utility Operating Company's request for an extension of a formula rate plan. It's a discussion and possible vote on a final recommendation of the ALJ, and this is at the request of the chair. In this proceeding, Magnolia sought a renewal and extension of its formula rate plan. Its initial FRP was approved by Commission Order 35822 and began with test year 2022 and expired with test year 2024. Commission staff recommends that Magnolia be authorized to renew its FRP for an additional 3 years under the same terms and conditions as previously approved, with certain language modifications and changes related to its capital structure. Interveners in the docket who are Magnolia customers oppose this request. Generally, the interveners contend that Magnolia's annual FRP filings and commission staff analysis were incomplete and based on unsubstantiated financial reports of expenses and repairs. The tribunal concluded that while the parties presented many issues as contested, the inquiry in this proceeding was limited to whether Magnolia should be granted an extension of its current formula rate plan. Commission staff recommended that Magnolia be authorized for that, again, subject to language modifications. Magnolia included a status update of all completed and pending capital improvement projects, including from DEQ and LDH compliance documents within their annual filings, and include a status update of all line item charges approved by the Commission in each annual filing. The tribunal disagreed with the intervener's argument that Magnolia's request was deficient in that it was filed 2.5 months after the deadline detailed in order number U35822. The tribunal determined that it was clearly in the intent of order number U35822 that upon the conclusion of the initial FRP, Magnolia should return to the Commission for some kind of rate proceeding, and that the denial of Magnolia's request for being untimely, as requested by the interveners, would contradict the intent of that deadline. Based upon the testimony and evidence presented at the hearing, the tribunal determined that Magnolia's request, with the modifications recommended by staff, is appropriate. This would annually review Magnolia's books for... Interveners have also taken issue with Magnolia's aggressive acquisition of water and wastewater systems in Louisiana. The tribunal determined that the proceedings is limited to whether Magnolia's initial FRP should be renewed and that it was inappropriate to make any determinations about Magnolia's acquisition strategy in this proceeding. Interveners have made several complaints regarding Magnolia's water quality. The tribunal determined that whether a utility meets standards for drinking water quality is a determination made by LDH. Further, while interveners argue that Magnolia's water quality was insufficient, no expert evidence was presented which contradicted the determinations of LDH and LDEQ. Interveners also raised several issues related to 2 other dockets, U35822 and U37570. Neither of those orders were appealed and are considered final of the Commission. The tribunal determined that this proceeding was not the proper setting to address any concerns raised by those 2 orders. Additionally, interveners alleged that the Magnolia's failure to produce certain documents. There have been numerous evidentiary rulings in this matter, and in those rulings, no determinations were made that Magnolia failed to comply with any rulings issued by the presiding administrative law judge. Based upon the testimony and evidence presented at the hearing, the administrative law judge recommends that Magnolia be authorized to renew its FRP for an additional 3-year term for test years 2025, 2026, and 2027 under the same terms and conditions as are previously approved, with certain language modifications related to changes in their capital structure. The procedural deadlines for Magnolia's 2025 test year shall be extended for 30 days from the date of the issuance of this order. Magnolia shall file into the record of this proceeding a new or revised tariff. Magnolia shall include with each annual review filing a complete status update of all completed and pending capital improvement projects. They shall continue to maintain compliance with other regulatory authorities. They shall include with each annual review a complete status update of its open LDEQ compliance and LDH violations. They shall include with each annual review filing a complete status update of line item surcharges approved by this Commission. And upon expiration of this 3-year FRP, Magnolia shall file a full rate review with the Commission in conjunction with its 2027 test year annual report filing. That is the final recommendation of the judge. We do have several yellow cards.
How many yellow cards do we have for time management?
6.
6? Okay. We'll get to those. I want to hear from the company first, and then after we'll excuse the company, and then we'll bring up the public comment. I'm going to put a motion on the floor. Chair moves to accept staff, to affirm the ALJ recommendation, and and does that also require a staff recommendation too, or just
No, sir, just the ALJ recommendation.
Chair moves to accept the ALJ recommendation. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. We'll go ahead and bring, before we vote, we'll go ahead and bring up the company, Magnolia. And who on staff was lead on this? I see a lot of fingers.
That would be me, Commissioner. Arvin Viswanathan on behalf of Commission staff. Arvin Viswanathan.
Arvin?
Yes.
Okay. They kept going around the room, so
everyone wants to
I thought
dodge
the
the finger.
cameraman was going to be ended up on this one. Okay, hey, you can introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Josiah Cox. I'm the president of Magnolia Water and the CEO of Central States Water Resources.
Okay, and it's my understanding that what we're doing here today is a continuation of the existing FRP for an additional period of time, and then we're moving towards, then moving into a rate case, which will provide for a permanent rate, and then we're also moving in with an audit that is going to come forward to do the step-by-step following of all the steps associated with the operations of the company in the development of their projects. Is that right, Arvin?
If the commission does vote to accept the judge's
Yeah, but
final recommendation.
that's the aspect of what this is.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Commissioner. Outside of the potential audit that you mentioned, I believe that would be a separate.
So we have to do a second vote on the audit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to, should we just do it now and put it on the floor as part of this?
We could, yes.
Yeah, do we have a motion for that?
Well, would you like me to read the directive?
Yeah, oh yeah, go ahead. I thought we were, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so the ALJ recommendation is one vote in consideration related to Magnolia's
Okay.
FRP. And then the commission, if it so chooses, we have a proposed directive to move forward with an audit of Magnolia. But I can read that
Put it
language.
on deck and let's get a vote, and that way we'll do them both one after the other. If one's successful, we'll be able to move right into the second.
Do we have to take a vote on the directive?
Unless there's opposition.
Well, then you just read the directive then.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the commission has been made aware of complaints regarding Magnolia Water Utility Operating Company, which have surfaced in interventions into active dockets, complaints to district offices, and in parish resolutions directed at both Magnolia and this commission. These complaints have varied and have generally been regarding water service quality as well as lack of transparency for repairs and upgrades. As such, I direct staff to initiate an independent investigative audit of Magnolia on its billing, customer service, and acquisition practices, as well as its compliance with other regulatory agencies. Notice of this audit will be filed in the Commission's official bulletin for purposes of initiating the audit and providing notice to the public that such an audit will be conducted. However, as with any Commission audit, there will be no intervention or participation from the public until after the staff has concluded the audit. Commission staff is authorized to seek an outside consultant to conduct the audit, as well as any other outside assistance as necessary. In addition, staff shall coordinate with Louisiana Department of Health, Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, and any relevant state or federal regulatory agency who regulates Magnolia. In conducting this audit, staff shall exercise all reasonable and best efforts to bring the results of this independent audit back to the Commission timely, but no later than February of 2027.
Okay, thank you. That's just teed up for afterwards. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about what you're seeking today? Because I know it's not a rate increase. I know it's the FRP, extension of the FRP, and then moving towards the rate case. So tell us kind of what's going on.
Yeah, so we've been in a multi-year formula rate plan in the state of Louisiana. So as you well know, I think we've been in the state for going on 7 years. In 7 years, we invested a little over $410 million. We brought 250 plus systems from environmental non-compliance to compliance. That's the largest movement by a single entity in state history. So the FRP was really designed for us to, continually bring these systems back into compliance and smooth out rate increases over a long period of time as there's a ton of capital to be deployed. As you may or may not be aware, the American Society of Civil Engineers has said that Louisiana faces about $40 billion water and wastewater investment that's kind of required to maintain compliance over the next 10 to 15 years. The American Society of Civil Engineers has given a D rating for water in the state of Louisiana and a C- rating for wastewater. So really, as a company, we've been hyper-focused on that. We've taken referral systems that are EPA consent decrees. So the FRP mechanism is what's allowed us to attract capital to the state. Just to be clear, I've heard a lot of noise from the public, and we have invested $410 million, and we have still never pulled a single dollar out of the state. We still have a negative retained earnings of over $4 million. And the reason for that is, as we buy these systems, the initial, we close on them, we're adopting the rates that existed at the time of closing, and those rates are not sufficient to cover costs. And the reason why they're not sufficient to cover costs is because the systems we buy are completely failed. For example, the testing group of systems that is spread out around the Lafayette area, there were a number of those plants, I would say, 60 or 70 of them were not functional. So the day we turn on a pump, we turn on the blowers, we start adding disinfection chemicals, all of a sudden you're running up costs that there is no coverage for in the existing rates. That was very similar to us. We bought the MODAD system, set of systems. You remember this are actually around here in Ascension Parish. Those were 110 systems. They were another group of systems. And I think in the 110 systems, there should have been 220 blowers operating. There were 40. So that kind of tells you the level of disrepair. In terms of the FRP filing, we filed this on May 16th of 2024 or 25. Went to November was the staff, the staff report and order. We had a February hearing. So it's been about 13 months of the course of this whole process. Obviously, we need to have stability in terms of understanding, the process in which to continue to make the investments necessary to comply with all the EPA regulations.
When you talked about the American Society of Civil Engineers rating system that started as a D, I know that LDH has a rating system for water quality as well, an alphabet style. Is it associated with the American Society of Civil Engineers rating system, or is it different?
It's different, but they use similar, so they're all using EPA requirements to be able to come up with EPA and state regulation requirements to come up with a letter grade. Like, are you doing all your required testing? Are you, monitoring all your disinfection chemicals? Like it's a whole set of checklists that's really kind of EPA LDH derived.
Okay, so all of those derive from the EPA?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Just one more quick question, I'm going to hand it off. We had a consent decree problem with Tessie that had gone on for 20 some odd years when you took over one of the Tessie systems. And I was just curious, what's the status of that?
Yeah, so we have completed those systems. We were finishing up some checklist items on some, so we expect to be fully out of that EPA consent decree by the end of this year. Okay. We have to, just since, that system was under a 20-plus year consent decree with the EPA. When we stepped into buy Tessie, we had to negotiate with the Department of Justice because they're the ones who run the EPA consent decree process. And we had to give them a timeline. Well, that timeline doesn't just have to do with improvements. It's multiple months of passing tests post the improvements are done. So we have to do all this construction, put it in place, and then continue to test after the construction in place to prove that the improvements we made meet EPA requirements.
Okay.
So we
Well, I
expect
know
to have
that
done this year.
and I know the Department of Justice cut your timeline when you took it over, so I was just curious if you were able to find the timeline and complete the task, that's all.
We are.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Kusan.
Thank you. I had a quick question, follow-up relative to the scoring system. When that was put in place at the legislature over the last few years, you were in support of it?
That's correct.
You were aware of it?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all play a role in that as well, as far as kind of how things happened in other states, or from a best practices standpoint?
We were for that. That was really an EPA LDH kind of mandate to do that, because what we saw is a bunch of state legislators got tired of getting continual complaints from their constituents of, loss of water service, brown water, all that kind of great stuff.
I received the scores recently. What was your analysis of the scores relative to your entities?
Yeah, we're all A's with maybe one B, and that B is a system we've owned less than a year. So, the rest of the state is, the water world is kind of bifurcated. You have, a bunch of municipalities, parishes that do it well, and then there are a bunch of other people that they probably shouldn't be in the utility business. And that shows in the scores. There are tons of D's and F's across the state, and those are mixed between small private guys and parish water associations, on and on and on.
Because the parish, the public facilities and the private facilities are all on the scoring system.
That's correct.
Okay.
There's no differentiation.
And that's a public document for anybody to see.
That's correct.
So you teed me up for my next question about, I know when you spoke generically about the bifurcated nature of good systems and bad systems, but the systems that you own across the state are relative to your FRP. How many different categories do you have as far as the clients and the constituents for us? How many different categories do you have? You have residential, you have commercial.
Yeah, I see. So we basically have 3 tiers of rate classes. And then inside those 3 tiers, there's multiple customer types, right? So our tier 1, systems are ones that are kind of the lowest technology. So it'd be lagoons and hydro tanks with no other generation or anything associated with that. And those typically kind of, rural areas that are not discharging into sensitive ecosystems, right? Then we have our tier 2, which is the vast majority of our customers, which is our standard kind of residential rate. And those systems are all, on the wastewater side, they're all systems that require tertiary treatment with the technical term. And then on the tier 3, we have a number of tier 3 water systems. I think we only have one, maybe 2 tier 3 sewer systems. That's conveyance only. What we're purchasing as a whole, we're wholesale purchasing from a neighboring water provider and then reselling it inside subdivisions.
So these 3 different classifications, these tiers, are they geographically segmented?
No, they're technology neighborhood segmented. So the same class of system is getting the same type of rate.
Okay. And, how would you describe the sharing of the cost of a tier? Let's talk about the residential rate, tier 2. Would you talked about the failing systems that you bought. Would you also acquire systems that require less capital improvement? In some cases, when they're all in the same tier, it could be that there's some neighborhoods that pay a little bit more where another system is totally failed, and that system has to be replaced. The other system doesn't have to be replaced, but the costs are all within the same tier.
Yeah, so I think Commissioner what you're talking about is cross-subsidization. And, it's interesting that, think the water and gas industry has been cross-subsidized for decades. It's only the water business that's not. So, but what you're saying is, hey, on a per customer basis, do some systems cost more to fix initially than others? And the answer is yes, right? Now, all the systems that we buy have some form of environmental noncompliance or LDH issues. So that's literally how we go and target those systems. We actually built a database of all the violations in the state, and those are the systems we go and talk to. But every system over a 5 to 10 year period requires the same amount of investment, because system A may have a completely failed plant, system B just needs stuff turned on and minor adjustments, but the system B in the next 5 to 10 years is going to need same plant replacement, right? In our larger systems, their operating costs are lower on a per capita basis, but the amount of line replacement, so think all the underground infrastructure is fully depreciated, all this stuff is 30 years old. That is all going to take replacement over the next 10 years, right? So in the end, everyone is paying their own freight over the right time period.
And your long-term perspective as a utility is the same reason we have longer terms as elected officials, because these are long-term issues.
That is correct. These are very long-term issues.
I have one more question, but I'll turn it over to anybody else.
Commissioner Lewis? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josiah, for your comments. I want to go back to something where Commissioner Kuson was and looking at your tier 2 rate structures. And when I look at Magnolia's tier 2 water rates compared to the remaining companies in there, you are at the top end, primarily at the top. So I'm curious about what are your affordability measures that you're prepared to do within this existing FRP and then the following rate case that this order requires you to do?
Yes, Commissioner Lewis, we plan on opening a separate docket to do to have a low-income tier, right? And that'll be kind of outside the FRP filing, and you expect that in the next couple of weeks. What we plan on using is the same income measure that the low-income tier for gas and electric, and those are all, that income verification is all done by a third party, so we don't have to handle any of that financial information, that proprietary personal information. Our proposal will be in the next year, in the next test year, we as a company will just, whoever qualifies will have a low-income tier, so less than the total tier rate, and then we will just eat those costs for a year and then come back and talk about what the actual costs were to use a commission, is really our plan. We've looked at Entergy's adoption of that and the percentage rate of how many customers are on that as a percent of their total populations. We actually don't believe we were going to have that much uptake, but we're willing to do that as an affordability measure for the people who are the most impacted by these rates.
Okay, thank you. And on that, I know this order does require a rate case in test year 27, and so while I don't want you to get ahead of your filing, I am curious, in this extension, is there significant work that you do see that you will be making rate adjustments when you file that rate case?
Are you talking about inside the FRP over the next couple of
No,
years?
no,
Or talking
what-
in the final, at the end of the whole thing?
At the end of the thing, because right now we're talking about an extension to get you to a rate case. So I'm curious, like I said, I don't want you to get ahead of your filing, but what are you forecasting this extension, if this extension is granted, what are you forecasting to see when you file that rate case? Will there be significant rate adjustments to these tiers, potentially?
Yeah, so we're gonna do two things here. So one, we've had a huge focus as a company on expense, right? Because every dollar of expense we eliminate, we can spend $8 on capital for the same net rate impact for customers. So we've insourced operations, we've bought biosolids handling, we've insourced some construction functions, all trying to, lower our total expenses across the board. And, what we see is a much more moderated rate increases for our existing customers over the next number of years because of those efforts. Now, when we buy a new system and they get brought into our tariff, that's a different deal, right? That's, because that is a jump. And these systems are failed for a reason. They haven't sought rate relief for sometimes decades at a time. But besides those, we think we're at the scale now that the absorption of the investments we need to make is going to be significantly less of a rate impact to customers.
Okay, great, thank you. You heard the proposed directive of an audit, and we have heard significantly from constituents about water quality and your acquisition strategy. Will you fully participate and cooperate if this body does decide to do an audit and provide all the information needed for us to investigate?
We're going to go above and beyond. We welcome this audit. We want, we've heard transparency questions, and as a utility, I would tell you commissioners, probably I've tried really hard to communicate with you and LDH and LDQ about all the work we're doing. That message is clearly not resonating with my customers the way it should. So we are really going to make a push over the next couple of years. We've done a ton of community meetings. We actually don't get that much participation in those. So we're trying to figure out the medium in which to talk about the work we're doing and get that pushed down. So, but beyond that, this audit, I think, is a great thing for us, for everyone to see. Here's all $410 million, I think, is an investment in the state, speaks for itself, right? And we never pulled any money out. And I would love to be able to get that message out and a third party looking at it to kind of quail any questions about what we're doing across the state.
Thank you. Back to something Commissioner Kusan said earlier, and this is for you and staff. I would, in this audit, would love to see an engineering consultant, potentially an engineering report on the infrastructure and the investments, because I do think that is important for us not only to look at the regulatory aspects and the audit aspects from a financial standpoint, but also an engineering perspective from the infrastructure aspect, which can directly tie into the financial aspects of this audit. So I would, if you were acceptable to that, I would like staff to consider that in their.
That's open in the directive. It's open in the directive for professional services.
I think it says any additional assistance we need, so that certainly is within the scope.
Yep.
Great, thank you. And my last question for you at this point is, there's been significant questions that I've received over the last day about, since the final ALJ recommendation came out just last week, if there are any reasons why we are moving a little bit on an expedited process. Not that it's uncommon at the commission, but is there a financial risk to you if you don't have this FRP extension going into place now instead of August for an order perspective? Help me understand the severity of the time of this being on the agenda today.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand, Commissioner, the question. From our perspective, we've been at this for 13 months. So, we feel like we have given it adequate time. But beyond that, capital formation really is dependent on having a stable regulatory framework, right? And one of the reasons why we've been able to invest like we have in the state is because we had this FRP. And because, investors understand the process in which this gets done, gives them, certainty and comfort to be able to invest more in this state. So timing does matter, because capital formation matters to us a lot. We have a lot of improvements still to make, those kind of things. And like I told you before, we've run a cash loss in the state. So, we're continually explaining to our investors, hey, this is as Commissioner Kusan said, this is a 25, 30-year investment. So that stable regulatory framework is very key for us.
Thank you. And question for staff. In the last 3 test years, you've looked through and you've disallowed about $2.4 million. Can you explain exactly what those disallowances were, or what did you notice, and that why we got to about a 2.4 million disallowance in the 3 years?
Yes, Commissioner, disallowances were for contributions. They were for anything that was outside of the test year, for anything that we didn't have invoices or receipts for proof, donations, gifts, things like that, things of that nature.
And we review that each year in the test year, looking
Every
through
year.
all those financial documents.
Every year.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Kusan?
My last question was the same question I've asked everyone. You've been engaged by the state of Louisiana to look at some municipal systems that have failed. You're aware of our water sector, of where it has been invested, where it has not been invested. Does your company, relative to these systems that we're here for today under the FRP, does it benefit from the water sector?
It does not. I mean, in fact, you think we were the first company that LDH ever appointed as a receiver for a water system in the aftermath of Hurricane Laura or in the Lake Charles area. And even though they appointed us as receiver because the existing owner just simply walked away from the system, there were no state dollars because we are an investor-owned utility. I would say we've experienced the same thing. We were the emergency manager of the city of Tallulah, which had extreme water quality, kind of human health issues when we stepped in. And that is being run over GOSEPs, which is a whole different program. But even in that, there's no dollars for us as an investor-owned to be able to access. Now, I will say, when ARPA money was out, that actually had some provisions where investor-owned could apply. When the ARPA money went out, I think we were 110 of the 300 applications for state money where was Magnolia Water. We received none of that. And the reason for that is because it's income adjusted in terms of median income for the households, the people that those systems serve, and it's municipalities that have no cash, right? So we kind of fall outside those two tests, and that's why we're not eligible.
Well, again, when you see and compare to some municipal rates and see that their rates are a little lower, they're also not accounting publicly for the fact that they're getting public dollars to invest in their infrastructure, and they're cross-subsidizing with other utilities in their same systems, and you don't get the benefit of that relative to other utilities like gas and water.
That is correct. The Columbia Water Center just published a report that talked about the cost of investor-owned water versus the cost of public sector water, right? And when you factor in the fact that we have to pay taxes, we pay income taxes, and we don't have general revenue bonds to be able to subsidize, we can't cross-subsidize in our stuff, that investor-owned water is actually slightly cheaper, right, when you factor all those things in than public sector water is.
Would you mind sharing that article with the commission?
Absolutely.
You can give it to our staff and they'll share it with us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions from anyone else? Okay, I'm going to excuse you guys, and then we're going to start with the yellow cards. And as folks come up, I'm going to ask
Thank you.
Staff to thank you. Ask y'all to do, who's going to be our timekeeper? Colby, give them 5 minutes, I guess, and if they speak for less than that, that's fine. We'll move us through the time frame for you. So shuffle the deck and pull them out one at a time and invite them up. You put 3 on deck if you want.
You want 2 at the table and 3 on deck?
Well, there'll still be 1 out, so however you want to do it.
I was going to do two at a time,
Two
because
at a
there's
time.
6. Okay.
There you go.
So Miss Cindy Case Brown and Miss Washington, I'm sorry, I can't see your first name. So if you two want to come to the table first.
And Colby, when the time runs out, please, interrupt us.
I can help you with that too.
I understand.
Help you with the time.
Okay, well, you be a timekeeper. There you go. And they got the cards already signed, so you don't have to worry about that. And just figure out which one of y'all wants to go first. And your microphone is not on. You have to push the button so it turns green, and then pull them a little closer because you will be able to hear you better. So you have to push it, then you can start.
All
Go ahead.
right.
Pull it a little closer.
Yeah, it really has to be
As close
close.
as possible.
Even closer?
That's good.
Closer.
Closer, okay.
There we go.
So last time, do we start the time?
Say your
And
name.
introduce yourself, please.
My name is Cindy Case Brown. I am a resident of St. Tammany Parish, and I am a Magnolia customer.
So the last time I was sitting before you asking for help with Magnolia, I was offered extra time because I was smiling. One commissioner even added, it must not be that bad. 10 months later, and I'm back, and I'm not smiling. After that vote, a commissioner said, today, Magnolia wins. And this is an example of what the ratepayers got. Still the highest rates in the state with a base of $126.80. I have the proof if you'd like to see it. Increased expenses for surface sewer repairs, discolored and odorous water, low pressure, boil water advisories, water backing up into our homes, backflow expense, billing errors, and I have my current bill if you'd like to see it, accusations of spreading false information, overflowing wastewater into residential ditches, and this happened just yesterday, and I emailed all of you the sandbags that were tossed on top of the sewer this morning as a remedy. That is not a solution to overflowing wastewater. Documented non-compliance continues across regulatory agencies for Magnolia. Reportable non-compliance through the EPA, LDEQ documented no stormwater pollution prevention plan, that was on 5/27 of 26, and inconsistent reporting practices are all ongoing issues. In what Magnolia's council refers to as my, quote, frivolous crusade, I have been called, quote, vile and vexatious, and I've been threatened with fines and imprisonment. If ratepayers are paying for the work Magnolia claims to have done, then every penny needs to be accounted for. Mr. Cox testified under oath on February 9th of 26 at the hearing that the company had, in fact, had a profit, which is contradictory to what he just said. So CSWR has expanded into 8 additional states since beginning operations in Louisiana. Show us the money. Clearly, there's a profit. The rates customers are paying were determined using pro forma numbers developed by an auditor with SEC violations and with less than 1% of documented expenses. Counsel for Magnolia stated in his post-hearing brief, publicly available, that if the receipts were not provided, then the expenses, quote, do not, in fact, exist. I can show proof of the $9,085.23 that I have spent, almost 15% of my annual salary, seeking proof over the past 13 months of how my rates have been determined. I should never have needed to do this. This is what you are elected to do. It is time to prioritize the people. Commissioner Scrametta, you have wholly failed at any glimpse of transparency. The recommendation of the administrative law judge fails to address the complete lack of verifiable financial evidence and is harmful to the ratepayers. I have heard the Ezel Ernst Cox sales pitch ad nauseum. Their opinions and the opinion of the audit director do not substantiate the request for extension of the current formula rate plan. The people defending Magnolia are the individuals who have in fact received money from them, not the customers. Ratepayers demand real numbers and proven expenses to justify rates. Please move forward with an independent third-party full financial audit.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. First, I want to thank you for participating in your engagement. I think it's very important for citizens to do so, and you have been engaged. I get your emails, I read them, we've been in contact. The question I have for you, I know you brought up some of the water quality issues that, quite frankly, we depend on the Department of Environmental Quality and the Department of Health. Out of my curiosity, have you also filed complaints with those departments, and are they looking at any of your claims there?
I have a spreadsheet of 40 reports done just through the Green Leaves neighborhood, and it outlines who the reports were made to. It's been to the Public Service Commission. I know you already know that. I say everything through the parish council as well as LDH and if applicable, LDEQ, and also EPA. And
Okay.
I have documents of all of it,
Okay, great, thank you.
absolutely.
And ma'am, you're next.
Oh,
Just
my name
introduce
is-
yourself and go ahead.
I'm Gilda Washington. I'm a Magnolia customer. She basically said everything. But all I want to say is I've been there 20 years, over 20 years in my residence. And our water bill went from like $25 a month. I pay like $137 now. I'm the only person in my home. No one else lives there but me. And, we don't have good water. I have to purchase water. I get water delivered to my home monthly because the water out of the faucet, we can't use it, we can't drink it. We have tested it, it's no good. So I don't have allergies, but I'm quite sure if I had allergies, it would irritate my skin or whatever. So, I'm just here in support of, the rest of the customers that's trying to stand up for Magnolia to do the right thing and at least give us some quality water. They was working on a well not too far from us. We went by the well yesterday, it's shut down. It's nobody there, the company has left. We spoke to the guy, the neighbor who stays across the street who have been monitoring it. And he said the other company left out because they didn't qualify to move any further with the digging. They said they hit an artesian well. And so they didn't have not the equipment or they was not qualified to complete the project. So another company is supposed to be coming in, so we have yet to see the other company. So it's just a dead well sitting down there. They have foul odors coming, from residents where the tanks sit behind the houses. And, it's just awful. So we just want Magnolia to do the right thing. We don't mind paying for water, but we want to pay for what we get. And that's my complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll appreciate y'all's testimony. The next two people, you can bring them up? We're gonna do one at a time. Okay.
So next is Ms. Connie Norris.
Okay. Yeah, well, y'all are no fun. Come on.
Mark? Make it green.
You have to press the button and then just start whenever you're ready.
Good morning. And I too am before you again. I was before you guys August 2025. And I'm sitting here again, very discouraged. Let me say this. For 6 years I've lived in the Bel Air subdivision. When I first moved there, I didn't have any problems with my water. Magnolia Water took over and it's been a nightmare ever since. I've had everything that happened to me, unimaginable. I pay for water, I have to buy water, and this has been going on for the past 5 or 6 years. I have a situation where my immune system is impaired. So a lot of things that happen to me may not happen to some of the customers. And I've had skin rashes, I've had blisters in my mouth, from the water that I accidentally used to brush my teeth. And I shouldn't be subjected to that and still have to pay a water bill. Also, I want to talk to and ask, had any of the commissioners seen the resolutions from the St. Tammany Parish? Have you read and understood the resolutions? Well, I won't present that. The other issue I have is that in the rate case, when we talked about it, it's because of the fact that 35822 did state that and Mr. Scametta, there was a meeting also, I want to interject that you came to the Harbor Center and talked to us and told us that we would only have to endure the increases, which was approximately $10 million when they first came in for 3 years. That expired in 2024, early 2025. The formula rate plan is unjustified at this particular point because of the order that you all issued in 35822. And so this is one of the reasons that the interveners had such a staunch opinion about how the actual extension would actually approve. I don't have an issue with a company that is going to provide quality water. It is a life necessity. It's not something optional for us. We need to have water. Louisiana is surrounded by water. We should be selling water ourselves. And to have to pay these astronomical fees for water is unimaginable. And you have a lot of people who are baby boomers, people who can't afford to pay for this water. And you even have, not just in Bel Air, so this is 6 years for us, our well is still out of not working properly. And it's, in the words of Councilman Laughlin, limping along, trying to support the homes that are connected to it. I have not had, or we have not had, anyone to come out to our area to even discuss it. There's been Better Business Bureau reports. We filed complaints and asked. No one from Magnolia has come out to talk to us, to even try to do any type of mediation or even discuss with the customers, period, or the consumers, anything, to try to do any remediation. But they did find time to go to Money Hill. So we're gonna have to, when they do that audit, I think we need to be able to sit down with them as well and talk to them so that they can hear some of the issues, the real issues that we have. And again, I hope and pray that the council will, and the commission will follow the rules and the orders that were in the 1994 orders, as well as the orders that were written in the 35822 and applied with the Tessie orders. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Really quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Norris, and I also want to commend you as an intervener. I've seen that you've been active in participating in our dockets, and I appreciate your engagement and your involvement. My question is the same that I asked Ms. Case Brown. Because of your involvement, have you also been making specifically complaints to LDH and DEQ, and have you gotten any responses from those agencies on the water quality side of the issue?
We've made several complaints, and I have them documented, and I can provide copies of them as well. There are complaints where there were numerous unresolved boil water advisories. The LDH didn't go back. There's also been some reports that put out that there are known carcinogens still present from the byproducts of the chlorine, or whatever products, they're disinfectants that they're using that are pretty dangerous to health, and it can cause some lifelong issues. I've also called and spoken with several people in DEQ, and I do have, from their response, I have that. I also have the Better Business Bureau reports, which, by the way, the Better Business Bureau gives Magnolia Water F. And there are numerous Better Business Bureau reports across states, not just Louisiana, of individuals that have had problems and same problems that we are having now. And just recently in DeRidder, they're having issues as well. And they are trying to my understanding, and this is just through what I've heard, I don't know, but I've read that they're trying to get their water systems back from Magnolia because of the same issues we have, which is the brown water, the water, and I have a filtration system on my home, and my water still, when you test the tap water, is contaminated. The total dissolved solids are always over 400. I haven't had a day in the past 3 to 4 years where the total dissolved solids has been below 400.
Okay, great, thank you, and I will follow up with those two departments on your issues.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Yep. Next is Chris Justin.
You can go ahead and start when you're ready.
Sure.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to see you again, commissioners. My name is Chris Justin. I am a licensed professional engineer and a former consultant for the commission. I'd like y'all to picture a rich man holding out his hand, saying, "Give me some money, I'm broke." But behind his back is his left hand clenched in a fist. You would never just take his word for it. You'd say, "I know you're rich. You just put your money in your other hand." The recommendation that you are considering only looked at Mr. Josiah Cox's right hand. Magnolia Water, crying broke, charging 3 times the state average, billing Slidell customers $116 a month before they use a single drop of water. His left hand is its parent company, CSWR. And nobody in this room has looked at how much money it's making off the backs of Louisiana customers. Do not rubber stamp this self-dealing sleight of hand. Vote no on the FRP extension. Send it to a full rate case and make Mr. Josiah Cox show the riches he is hiding in his left hand.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Next is Mr. John Young.
Okay. Start whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Young. I live at 3408 6th Street in Metairie, Louisiana. I come before you today and thank you for the opportunity to address you, to voice the concerns, the frustrations, and sometimes the outright anger that has been communicated to me over the past 3 months at various neighborhood meetings, community associations, town hall meetings, and by various elected officials in areas where Magnolia Water services customers. The pushback on Magnolia, I can tell you, is real, pervasive, and substantial. The 3 main areas that have been communicated to me is obviously the high rates, particularly the high rates for the water, particularly the high minimum rate of water. And you have complaints from various different sectors of our society. You have complaints from the young families who are struggling to raise a family with children. You have the complaints from the elderly people who are on fixed income, and then you have complaints from low-income people. You know, it's an affordability issue, and water is not a luxury they can cut out. It's a necessity of life. The second thing is the water quality and clarity. I have been sent numerous photographs of bathtubs filled with brown water, drinking glasses filled with brown water. When I ask and I understand that's LDH's responsibility, sometimes the people tell me, well, LDH says it's clean. Well, I don't know about you, but I don't think I want to drink clean brown water, and I don't know that anybody really would want to drink clean brown water, especially in 21st century America. So that's an issue. And then the other issue that I've heard from all different neighborhoods is the lack of customer service, the lack of customer response. It is completely lacking. There's several issues with that. So I understand, you know, from looking at the situation that this is a long simmering problem that had been in existence due to failure to maintain these systems by the prior owners. It was a series of years of neglect, but here we are, and we have to address this situation. I would respectfully request that you not move forward with number 22 today. And I would respectfully, again, suggest that you can seriously consider doing the following, which I understand is already on the table, but open a docket and do a complete audit and investigation of Magnolia's water rates, so there can be some transparency and accountability, because the perception is reality. And I can tell you the reality based on the perception with the existing Magnolia Water customers is they're not getting a fair deal. There's no transparency, there's no accountability, and there's a complete lack of trust. The second thing is, you know, hold Magnolia's feet to the fire on the water quality and clarity issue. There should be no reason, again, in 21st century America where when you turn on the tap, brown water comes out. I mean, that wouldn't be acceptable to you and your family, and I'm sure it wouldn't be acceptable to the Magnolia representatives' families. Third, obviously, hold Magnolia's feet to the fire on customer service. They have to increase their level and responsiveness of customer service. I've heard it across the board, and it's consistent and it's pervasive. Fourth suggestion I might make is, obviously, to the extent you can, try to require some more systematic, or create a framework for more systematic coordination and communication between the Public Service Commission, the Louisiana Department of Health, and DEQ, so that everybody's singing from the song sheet of music and can communicate a consistent message to the Magnolia customers. Obviously, another suggestion, and Commissioner Couson mentioned it, and I mentioned this in various community meetings I have, is obviously I know it's a tough sell, but look at ways to work with our state legislative delegation and our federal delegation. I realize it's not a municipal system, but certainly investigate any and all ways we can draw down some money or funds under the Clean Water Act or whatever act may be applicable to provide some funds for this infrastructure that needs to be improved so those cost savings can be passed on.
Your time's expired, but thank you for your comments. Anybody have any questions?
Okay. We'll take note of that. You want to just finish your sentence?
Yeah, I want you to finish up. I just want to let you know.
All right, the last thing I would say is consider placing a moratorium on Magnolia, and so that they're not in a position to take over any additional water systems to create a sense of urgency until those complaints of the existing Magnolia water customers are completely satisfied and resolved. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm sorry I went over.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I want to ask and direct this to the Secretary.
We have one more with.
Oh, okay, go ahead. All right.
Okay,
I'll wait.
one more, we have another card?
Yes, and the
Yeah,
last is
I'll-
Representative Hilferty.
Okay.
I told him, okay. So after bring back Magnolia, and we're going to
The mic's on, so just, you might have to pull it close because it doesn't pick up very well.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate this time. My name is Stephanie Hilferty. I'm a state representative representing District 94. The ALJ issued this draft order on June 10th. Here we are on June 17th, and it is on your agenda for a vote. While representatives from Magnolia Water and their owner said, wow, we feel like we've been dealing with this for 13 to 14 months. The public has not had access to this document. The public did not know this would be on a supplemental agenda. I have been receiving text messages from property owners associations that are affected by Magnolia Water saying, oh my gosh, should I get there? Should I come and testify? Do I have time to make it? I think that speaks to the rushed nature of this vote, and I would ask that you delay this vote to your August meeting. In speaking with residents across Magnolia's areas represented, there are transparency issues, responsiveness issues, and excessive rate hikes. I've spoken with people who said their bills went from $20 to $30 to $120 and $30. That is a substantial rate hike. I've spoken to elderly people on fixed income. I was just in Ashton Park, and I met with 10 neighbors in the middle of a median, and fortunately we had cloud cover, but we met and talked about Magnolia Water's failures in Ashton Park's neighborhood of Slidell. And a retired teacher told me, I can't take any more rate hikes. I'm not getting an increase in pay. That speaks to the situation we're dealing with here. We just heard Magnolia say they anticipate another rate hike after the next, a moderate rate hike after the next formula rate plan. The residents that have Magnolia Water cannot deal with another moderate rate hike. They have seen an excessive rate hike, and a moderate rate hike on top of that would only be adding insult to injury. I ask that you immediately go straight to a rate case, that you put a stop to any more acquisition by Magnolia Water. And to Magnolia Water, I'd ask that they listen to their rate payers. They said, we've had town halls, so few people show up. Well, they are showing up when I come to speak to them. and they are telling me about the issues with Magnolia Water. So I think that they are probably not doing proper outreach, and I would encourage them to, because they will see how angry their ratepayers are at the service they are getting from Magnolia. With that, I would ask that you delay this to give yourselves as well as Magnolia the ability to hear from these ratepayers and hear their rage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and ask Magnolia's representatives to come back up again to have questions from the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, while they're making their way up, can we open it up?
Sure,
for
absolutely.
Commissioner, you had a question for staff?
Yeah, Commissioner Fry, there's overlapping commissions here, like with health and DEQ. Have we talked to the other agencies about putting this under one jurisdiction?
Well, we work with those other agencies, and they file, on a fairly regular basis. I get letters from either LDH or LDQ if there's a compliance action being taken for whoever the system may be. Those are routed. I know we maintain those in the database in our utilities department, but the jurisdiction those agencies have is separate and apart from us. I mean, it's no different than a energy needing to go to DEQ to get an air permit for a generator. I mean, it's outside of their staffs are probably conservatively 30 times the size of ours, particularly with LDH. So, I mean, I don't know that that's something we can undertake without quadrupling our increasing our staff tenfold, because you've got engineering, you've got scientists, et cetera, on staff in both of those agencies.
Okay, okay, good answer.
Can you expand upon that and define what our jurisdiction is?
Sure. I mean, we're regulating public utilities, and in the utility sphere of things, it's rates, terms, and conditions of service. So we're looking at rate structures, we're looking at tariffs, at rate of return, return on rate base, return on equity, formula rates, et cetera. I mean, we're essentially the financial regulator, I guess would be the best way to look at it. I mean, yes, there are certain rules we have that bring service quality in, but a lot of that is tied to those other agencies. I know there has been I've had a lot of discussions as well about the grading system, and I had someone specifically ask, well, how are you allowing this company to get an A grade? And I made it clear that's not us at all. It's LDH that has that grading criteria. And I do remember, we sat in on those discussions, and I think you were in the Senate when Senator Mills had that adopted. And if you recall, he also wanted to do a similar grading system for wastewater. It never moved forward for whatever reason. But that's the extent of our role. I mean, we have, when there are issues with these agencies, and we have, when I was in Ms. Bowman's role, we were actively involved with failing systems that had multiple citations and fines or findings from those agencies, and we can take action at that time. I think that's clearly within our rules. It's within the formula rate plan. So yes, what they do can impact us. I don't know that we've had any of those with Magnolia. So, I mean, I know you've asked Commissioner Lewis if those have been submitted. I mean, if we get a finding from those agencies, we will take action. We've done it in the past. So,
what would be our?
I want to say.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So, Public Service Commission, our job is it's the money, to watch the money, the fair rates, and if we're going to audit, we need to audit the fair rates. Yes. But we don't say what's good quality water and not. Isn't that up to another division to do that? We're hearing a lot of complaints about bad water.
Right.
And of course, bad money, too much money. But the bad water, that's another division, another piece of government to address that. So if we're going to audit, we're going to audit the money, but we're not going to be auditing the water quality. Isn't that true?
correct. Now,
Okay.
the engineering aspect of it, though, Commissioner Lewis brought up, and what we have, not having an engineering staff, we are reliant on those other agencies who do have, LDH and LDEQ do have engineers. So we've sometimes looked at their reports, but what I've seen in those scenarios is they may have standards, and this was an issue with LDH going back about 10 years, I think they've modified their stance that their engineers requiring certain infrastructure to be put in place without being cognizant of the cost associated with it. So that was the 10 state standards. I know Commissioner Scametta, you definitely remember that one. That it was some standards from northern states that were being applied to Louisiana.
Everything above the Ohio drainage.
Exactly, and you had scenarios where a utility might be required to put in a $15,000 piece of infrastructure with 100 customers, where a $2,000 piece of infrastructure would have done the same job.
Right.
Just wouldn't have been. So that's where it's important to have engineers to look independently at what they've put in. You know, they're putting it in as consistent with the requirements of these other agencies, but let's make sure they're putting in the proper infrastructure, or that it's doing what it is. I think we have a role there. Absent us hiring an engineer, we could essentially try to bring those people into the investigation.
Well, that's all I wanted to ask, make understand clearly, I like Commissioner Scametta's idea about audit, but just exactly, what are we going to audit? What's in our box? And it is the financial aspects of it.
Financial
but
and the
it is
dollars.
not the, we're not going to audit the water quality, are we? Isn't it another government agency to do that?
Yeah, not directly. I think as part of the financial audit and looking at the dollars that have been put in the system and combining that with engineering, we're looking at stuff that has been done to the system to get to that point.
If we hire a consultant, I just wondered, what's this consultant's qualifications? Is it a CPA type? We're going to look at the money, or?
Yes, I think we'll both. I think we'll either, whether we're taking bids, and we've done this in the past. I know we've done it like on some of the service quality audits of the electric systems, where we hire a traditional rate consultant, accountant, CPA, but having them partner with an engineering firm to do that.
So we're going to need an engineering firm that does CPA accounting work, also knows water quality and.
More infrastructure than quality. I mean, I think that's what the engineer's function is going to be, is to look at the infrastructure.
All right, I'm good.
Commissioner Kusan has a question.
Would it be accurate to say that the connection between those two is that we're ensuring that they're not gold plating their infrastructure?
Absolutely. That's
part of the engineering aspect of it.
Absolutely.
Because you can go from a $15,000 piece of equipment to a $2,000 equipment. Both are going to get the job done. One of it has a bigger return, which we wouldn't necessarily want them to get that.
And my brain wasn't getting to the gold plating, but that's exactly what we called it back then, where you put in a pump that did not need to be put in. It was the top of the line, where a similar pump for a fraction of the cost would have done the same work.
Okay, my last question for staff before we turn it over for the utility to close.
I got a question too.
Yes. So oftentimes when the legislature is advocating for something that's outside of their jurisdiction and they are not going to pass a law, they pass resolutions. If we wanted to communicate to these divisions, LDH and LDEQ, relative to something like our support for water quality, our support for things that are in their jurisdiction that we'd really like them to look at, put an extra effort into. We can't direct them to act because that's outside of our jurisdiction, but we do support their regulatory authority, and we do improve. We want the quality of the water to be improved. We want the EPA standards to be applied stringently, on our utilities that we're regulating. I'd like to communicate that to these. Should we come up with? And I'm not asking us to do it on the run, but I'd like to pass a resolution, which I assume will be unanimous, about these issues. So it's not our issue because we don't want, because we're the financial auditors, which may be accurate, but we also do want to support those other divisions to do their job. And so I'd like a resolution necessarily to be drafted in that respect, and we can vote on it either whether you tell me we can do it outside of this meeting, or at the next meeting we come up with a directive in that regard, because I do want to communicate that not only to the divisions, LDH and LDEQ, but also to our constituents. Yes, it's not in our jurisdiction. We absolutely support it, and we do think that it should apply. So I think it's a closing the gap of all of the, we all end up with a email address that says louisiana.gov. We all should be working together.
And I will take what you said just now as a directive in concept. I know that's a legislative term, and we will have a resolution next month. I think we can put that up.
Well, August.
August, yes. And look, to your point, Commissioner, we have, with DEQ shares the building with us, and I know Secretary Burdette well. I mean, I think that's very easy. LDH, we don't have as much overlap with them being in a separate building, but I mean, that's certainly something we could do. And I'm gonna look at Lauren on this one, but I know historically, with, you know, we talked about Tessie and the acquisition there. And I'm trying to remember if Modad was the other one where we had a lot of non-compliance. We would typically have those representatives come to the meeting from those agencies to testify if necessary because there was non-compliance and there were active, their terminology is a little bit different than ours, whether it's a citation or a notice of violation or something to that extent. So that is something we have historically done, but to take it to your step, we can certainly do that as well.
So we're gonna.
Go ahead, Mike.
We're gonna make a resolution that tell DEQ to do their job. We're gonna send it over to them. Is that what we're doing?
I don't know that that's what it'll say.
Do you get y'all get calls from DEQ though to get the water clean? Y'all hearing a lot of that from the DEQ? That's their job. They must be getting these complaints.
LDH and water quality.
Whatever.
Are you asking me, Commissioner?
Yes.
No,
yeah.
hey, oh, I'm
Are
sorry.
they calling you, asking you, why aren't you straightening out the water?
No, what we do have customers complain, and LDH does go out, and what they find is that we're compliant.
So these other government agencies are not calling you, or not hearing from these constituents?
They are hearing from the constituents. The constituents are complaining.
And those
They're saying-
agencies, are they telling you to get it straight?
Well, they're going out on site with us.
Okay.
So we have to go out, like, so if a customer complains that I have the brown water, I have water that's not compliant, right? Or you heard Ms. Brown talk about like a stormwater, sanitary sewer overflow, gets a ton of rainwater and there's a surcharge, right? So those complaints go in, LDH will dispatch staff and we will go meet them on site. So they'll go tour the water facility, we'll test the water at the, outside the spigot of the house, we'll, you know, those kind of things to see if we're compliant, right? And to date, we've been in compliance for all of those.
Do these constituents with the problems, do they know to go to these agencies to complain about the brown water? No?
They are complaining.
Okay.
They are complaining.
Well, I don't disagree with Commissioner Kusaw's resolution, okay? I just, look, what's our job and what's the other agency's job? We need to stick to what we're hired to do. And if we're gonna hire an auditor, it needs to be a financial auditor. That's what I hear our people complain about. But to hire an auditor to look for brown water, that's another agency's job.
No, we're not, the audit is strictly financial.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
good.
I will make one suggestion, which is, I know a lot, and Brandon, you and I kind of went through this, actually before anybody up here except me was here, that we went and had arguments with LDH on water issues, particularly you mentioned the 10 state standards, because they wanted us to make redundant wells that were going to cost tons of money. But a lot of this goes back to when we had the advent of the brain amoebas that took place in the state. Legislature came in and accelerated the amount of chlorine into the systems that was directed through LDH, and the excess chlorine into the systems interacted with a lot of the, you know, what I would call it, well water, and they would bring it in and treat it, and that would interact with the minerals in the water, turn it brown or gray, and then you would have this problem of brown water. It would actually be from the chemicals that the state was ordering through the LDH to put in it. So I think it would be advantageous for not just the commission, for also the public to be invited, to have LDH come here and put on a technical conference on how water is treated, how it's dealt with, and how it can be done, not during a commission meeting, but on a technical meeting, that they could come in and explain to the process, talk about how water comes out of the ground, what it looks like, how chemicals and what their rules are can affect it. We know that there are certain filters that can be put into place, but they have excessive costs associated with them to remove these discoloration elements. But I think it could be a good lesson from experts, that folks that are just average folks like us, We're just talking about what we hear of it from the peripheral. And so I think that it's a good thing for us to look at while we're doing an actual financial audit and we're going to do a resolution, tell them, hey, we think that this is an important issue, that we're getting a lot of complaints from our customers. We ask you to look into the issue of this contamination.
Okay.
And could you also come and do a technical conference on how water and discoloration is the causation, the management, and looking at potential cures of it. And I think that we can get around this whole issue by looking at it from a multi-part approach.
You really, the amoeba thing, that was in there somewhere, no pun intended, but
Wait,
I do remember that.
Okay.
But the
It explains a lot.
iron and manganese was
Right.
were the
Iron,
two,
manganese
were the
is the
two
primary.
elements. I remember
Right.
getting a chemistry
No,
lesson when
right.
that was going on about
But-
15 years ago, 10
And
years
it
ago.
was a night and day moment. People's water went from clear to gray or brown overnight from the addition of certain levels of chlorine.
Yes,
So
reacting with
anyway,
those elements.
I think we are where we are. I think Commissioner Kuson had some questions.
Yeah,
for the company.
Yeah, typically, with all of the testimony, I just wanted to bring you back up in closing, because you're advocating for a position, and give you, 3 minutes to respond before we decide what to do moving forward.
Yeah, I guess I'll just respond to the comments as I heard them. So Ms. Brown talked about, hey, I said we were cash flow positive, and I'm saying we're not making money. Well, we are cash flow positive, but we're running in arrears because we racked up so much debt taking over these systems. I mean, when I say operational expense, because we adopted those low tariffs. So we have not paid that operational loss off. That's to clarify that. I think you heard Ms. Norris talk about a well. That was a well ordered by the commission. So that was in the Meadows system. So we had a well that we had a major collapse on. We brought it back online and we agreed to drill new deep water wells. We recently finished that project. We're transferred now from the well driller to the actual drinking water company. So that's the transfer once the well driller gets done. I think it's like 2,500 foot well, so it's very deep. So that's where transition to the guys who are actually going to bring it online. So that's where we're at that project. But that was a commission ordered project actually. So we did complete that. I would say in terms of the, we take water quality very seriously. You can look at, one thing I like about the water and sewer business is it's pass fail. Like it's coming out of the tap, it's coming out of the end of a pipe. This isn't subjective. We can argue about it all, but it is a chemistry test on either side, right? And our record speaks for itself in terms of the amount of improvement we've made, the quality of the service we deliver. Now, are there constituents in the water that people want further treatment of? Fine, and we can talk about that. But in terms of safety and health, we are above and beyond on that. So, and then to go back to the financing piece here, which is really before you, I believe we've done great efforts in this state to change the tenor of the conversation and to actually make real investments. So it's not like people are waiting in line to turn on these failed systems. When the governor has a problem, there's not a plethora of people to call, it's us, because we're the only guys that really have experience turning around these failed systems. In order to continue that, and continue the guys that can take over these failed systems, we need a stable regulatory framework, and that's why we're here before you today. That's what it takes for capital formation.
You're on the formula rate plan?
What'd you say?
Your company's under the formula rate plan?
We're looking for that extension of the formula rate plan.
Formula rate plan, does that give you a ability to look at the money that the company's handling and their profits and their expenses?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so that's all in line items in the formula rate plan that we look at under each company, okay? So, but we still are suggesting that we need to audit on top of that? Are you suggesting we need to audit? To look at the money, look a little deeper?
It's what the people want.
Okay, all right, okay, well, what the people want, all right, good. All right.
I saw some, there's a ongoing discussion in Jefferson Parish about rates for water utility. Y'all have anything to do with the Jefferson Parish municipal water rates that are being discussed widely in social media?
We do not.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
I can tell you about that because
Well,
I
no,
pay
that's
them.
another time. I just want to make sure that these guys don't have anything to do with it.
Half of my water bill is my garbage bill.
Yeah.
So when I get a $400 water bill, it comes every 2 months, and half of it's for garbage and half of it's for water.
Mr. Chairman, you don't regulate that, do you?
No, I get regulated by it.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cox, there was a mention, I can't remember, I believe it was Ms. Norris, about a resolution from the St. Tammany Parish Council that we received last night, Resolution C7307AA. Are you aware of this resolution that the St. Tammany Parish Council passed requesting that, in the title, requesting that in connections with the applications for rate increases by utilities, the Louisiana Public Service Commission consider the disproportionate economic burden placed upon utility customers with older properties in the utility providers' terms of service?
Yeah, yes, I believe I do. This is talking about their service lines connecting to our distribution mains.
Okay, so you are working with the St. Tammany Parish government on.
Listen, commissioners, this is handled differently in different states. So what we're talking about is, and unfortunately, particularly in St. Tammany Parish, because they're developer-built systems, these homeowners, their lateral lines, and their water main lines are extremely long. So the mains were placed far away, so there's a long connection. Sometimes they're under cul-de-sacs, all of that. So traditionally, from a commission standpoint here in the state of Louisiana, if they have a lateral problem, all of the repairs associated, that's their property, not ours, right? Or to the homeowner. And what you think about it, doing a lateral fix underneath a cul-de-sac is an expensive proposition. It really is. So traditionally in the state, that has been the homeowner's responsibility for that. I think what they're looking at, like, hey, can we shift the burden of that and have the utility take care of those, especially in extenuating circumstances? For example, in Lafayette area, there are a number of sewer main laterals that are Ys. So it'd be two residents connecting to a private lateral connecting to our distribution. So we could address that in an FRP saying, hey, we now above a certain threshold would take responsibility for that, help the owner. We're open to any of that, but that's what it would take is inside FRP saying, hey, we're going to take responsibility for these lateral replacements because those laterals are failing. Right now, the same way these sewer systems have failed because they're old.
Okay, great, thank you. And briefly, I know you generically responded to what we heard from the constituents and the representatives of constituents today. I guess my question for you is, and I know you mentioned this earlier, that you've done community meetings, people haven't showed up, but we got my office, even though I don't represent as many customers, still get calls. Will you commit to continue engagement, and even if it's talking to 10 people, 12 people, 20 people, and doing it on a consistent basis with the information as we go through the audit period, as we go through the FRP extension, and providing that information to the consumers in ways that they can address you, address the company, and also bring their concerns up. Because I think from what I heard today is that they feel their concerns aren't being addressed and aren't being heard. And I think that's an important step that a regulated utility must take, is ensuring that your consumers have your ear.
Yeah, I would say, commissioners, if I would name something that we have fallen down on is not doing enough community engagement. I think we took the wrong signals from people not coming to these big community meetings. And I think that grassroots engagement is something we are definitely committed to over the next year. Homeowner association meetings, those kind of things, to be able to explain. People may not like the explanation. And this is difficult business. How many people can actually name a single piece of water infrastructure in their community? They know where their water meter is. They know where a sewer manhole is. Most people don't. Right, so to talk about something that they flush and it goes away, but it's really expensive to treat in the back end, it's hard to communicate. So that's the onus is on us. So yes, Commissioner, we commit to do that.
Great, and the last request I would make for you is, as you are developing your cost of service study for your rate case, I implore you to look at creative rate designs. I'm looking at maybe multi-year rate making, looking at performance-based rate making. I want you to propose some innovative ways that we are seeing across the nation, because I think this is important for us as affordability becomes a serious issue, not just underwater, under everything that we regulate here. It's imperative that we relook and reimagine rate making in ways that we have seen studies done. And so I'm imploring you, even though we may grant you an extension today on that FRP and we're mandating a rate case, that rate case look at alternative rate making policies and not just kind of what we've been doing over the last 50 years. This would be my request.
Absolutely, we'll make that part of our FRP filing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion by the chair, seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, matters approved. Next item. I'm sorry.
But before you move forward, we have a directive.
Yes. Oh, the directive is, any opposition to the directive? Hearing none, the matter's,
Yeah.
hearing none, the matter's done.
So the
The
audit
directive
is
goes
moving,
forward.
the audit is moving forward
Audit is
as
moving
well.
forward. And
Unanimously?
Unanimously?
Yes.
Right, because it's non-opposed, right? And so we're going to move back to, we want to take a break or?
Well, I need to walk out, so
Okay.
we can take a break or move forward without.
You want to take 5 minutes? Because it's the next one's Cantium. Okay, let's, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
2 is docket number T37136. It's Cantium versus Rosefield's complaint against Rosefield for transportation and terminaling of crude oil as common carrier without a tariff on file with the commission at rates that are excessive, and request that Rosefield pay reparations, refunds, and damages for charges above just and reasonable rates. Is a discussion and possible vote on Rosefield's motion to rehear order number T37136-A's escrow requirement. At the March and April 2026 B&E, the commission directed staff to coordinate with Rosefield to establish an escrow account for all payments made since October of 23 to Rosefield by Cantium, as well as all future payments. The amount to be put in the escrow account is the difference between 67 cents, which is the previously approved FERC rate, and $2.50, the current rate being charged by Rosefield that is disputed by Cantium. The action was memorialized in order number T37136-A, which was issued April 24th of this year. On May 4th of this year, Rosefield filed a request for rehearing pursuant to Commission Rule 43, seeking the commission rehear said order only as to ordering paragraph 2, which requires the establishment of the escrow account. On May 29th, Rosefield filed a supplemental filing to its request, which was the affidavit of Michael Glickert, who provides financial services to Rosefield. In its request, Rosefield argues that order T37136-A results from substantial errors of procedure in the absence of evidence. These arguments are based on Rosefield's contention that the commission has not made a determination of jurisdiction under the amended law and thus does not have jurisdiction to issue the escrow order. The order improperly impairs Rosefield's contractual rights, and the escrow order was issued without advance notice or meaningful opportunity for Rosefield to be heard. Cantium filed a memorandum in opposition to this request for rehearing, arguing Rosefield's request should be denied, giving its continued efforts to delay this matter while receiving a windfall at the expense of Cantium, and that as Rosefield is a standalone entity owned by 2 individual trusts, the probability of Cantium receiving any funds for overpayments at the end of this matter is unlikely. Staff believes that Rosefield was provided proper notice for the commission to establish the escrow account, and that the commission has jurisdiction to establish the said account. However, in order to allow Rosefield to note its concerns, staff recommends the commission grant the request for rehearing and allow the parties an opportunity to reiterate their positions on this matter.
Okay, let's go over the ground rules on this, and the parties can come on up to the mic. Cantfield and Rosefield. We can actually, they can come to the table. Well, okay, well, one at a time. So the person seeking would be you, I guess, Rosefield.
That's correct.
So let's go ahead and do this and talk about the ground rules for this. Catherine, why don't you explain them on the limitations that we put on the rehearing?
Sure. So this is just a request for rehearing. And I did speak to Ms. Watts about this yesterday, so she's aware, and I believe Cantium is aware as well, that the only arguments that are provided today are pertaining to the commission's ordering language in paragraph 2 requiring the escrow account, and that consistent with common practice for appellant arguments, I recommend, and I believe the commissioners agree, to limit each party's time to approximately 10 minutes, obviously subject to questions that the commissioners may have.
Okay, all right, so you understand where we are on that then, Jamie, right?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and begin, and I guess timekeeper, y'all can kind of keep an eye on it.
For procedural mechanisms, I do think we need a motion and a second.
We need a motion and a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, chair moves to move forward with the rehearing.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? We are moving forward with the rehearing.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jamie Watts with the Long Law Firm on behalf of Rosefield Fouchon Operating LLC. As Ms. Bowman explained, Rosefield is requesting rehearing of LPSC Order T-37136-A, specifically paragraph 2, which I'll refer to as the escrow order. And I have passed out copies of the exhibits that were attached to the Rosefield's filings related to the request for rehearing. Each of the commissioners has a packet, as well as the court reporter.
This is what you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Commissioner. Ms. Bowman, Mr. Fry, staff counsel, and opposing counsel. And those exhibits do not include any new documents. The LPSC and Cantium have had those documents for approximately 30 days. With respect to paragraph 2 of the escrow order, it's very short. I wanted to specifically quote it. It says, Rosefield shall work with commission staff to establish an escrow account for all payments made since October 2023 by Harvest or Cantium to Rosefield above 67 cents per barrel. So that is the specific item that we're requesting rehearing on. Our request does not relate to the Commission's remand of the jurisdictional determination under the amended law that's pending before the ALJ with the hearing set for July 7th and 8th. Rule 43 of the Commission's procedural rules allows the Commission to rehear one of its orders when it results from substantial errors of procedure in the absence of evidence, such that the case cannot be determined justly and fairly upon the record. And Rosefield submits that there are both multiple substantial errors of procedure and absence of evidence that result in an order that was not determined justly and fairly on the record and must be withdrawn. Again, specific to paragraph 2 of the order that I previously referenced. So there are at least five substantial errors of procedure with respect to the escrow order. The LPSC's escrow order requires escrow of all amounts conceivably in dispute. This is despite the LPSC remanding the jurisdictional determination to the ALJ to conduct a hearing to apply the new law consistent with the 19th JDC's remand and that of the Commission. The LPSC has no constitutional or statutory authority to require escrow of essentially all amounts in dispute. While the LPSC has authority to determine a reasonable rate for the entities it regulates, that determination requires an analysis that the LPSC has not yet had an opportunity to conduct because the issue of jurisdiction is still pending. However, the LPSC has arbitrarily and improperly set a rate of 67 cents per barrel for Rosefield's terminaling services. What is that rate based on? What information in the record supports 67 cents per barrel as an appropriate terminaling fee for Rosefield? There is nothing in the record other than the argument of Cantium's counsel. Now, the escrow order requires all amounts Rosefield has received above 67 cents per barrel from Cantium or on its behalf to be escrowed both retroactively and prospectively for an indefinite period of time. And that, Commissioners, is an unconstitutional confiscation of Rosefield's property and a violation of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Now, despite the Commission Rules 43 about rehearing that says setting a motion for rehearing suspends the order, Cantium, in the complete absence of authority in the LPSC order, has been self-escrowing all amounts over 67 cents per barrel since March of 26, before this Commission's written order was issued.
Who has been?
Cantium. And that is Exhibit A in your packet, the first document. It is an email from Cantium to Rosefield attached to remittance, where Cantium has taken the position that it is authorized to self-escrow, dating back to March, any amounts over 67 cents a barrel and only pay 67 cents to Rosefield. Rosefield doesn't know what type of account its funds are held in. It doesn't know if its funds are segregated from other Cantium funds. It doesn't know if there's interest being earned on those funds. And if so, what the status of that interest is. The LPSC should not permit Cantium to self-escrow any funds. It is contrary to the order that says Rosefield and the Commission staff shall work to establish an escrow account, which work is ongoing, Commissioners. Now, the LPSC's escrow order also violates Rosefield's due process. There is insufficient public notice. There's been reference to an agenda item in September of 2025 that mentioned security. Thereafter, there was no mention of any type of escrow arrangement, and there hasn't been. Even for the March meeting, that agenda item did not include the word escrow or security. So a prior agenda item 6 months before a meeting is not sufficient public notice for Rosefield or anyone else who may have a public interest to know that the Commission was going to take that action. And in Cantium's filings, they have referenced some type of private meeting with commissioners that Rosefield had on a related but different matter as being sufficient private notice. It's improper for Cantium to suggest that a private discussion between Rosefield and a commissioner is equivalent to public notice. Now, the LPSC's escrow order also violates the Constitution's contracts clause. It interferes with Rosefield's freedom to contract. And those are the multiple substantial procedural errors associated with the escrow order. Now, regarding the absence of evidence, there is no evidence in the record upon which the LPSC can reasonably rely to order escrow of all amounts over 67 cents a barrel. There's been no exhibits and no testimony supporting the 67 cents per barrel terminaling rate. The basis for that rate was approved in a consent agreement and stipulation among FERC and Chevron regarding the South Timbalier pipeline system in 1984. There was no rate proceeding. It was a settlement and consent agreement. The LPSC wasn't involved. Rosefield wasn't involved. Cantium wasn't involved. That consent agreement addressed assets that are in addition to the Rosefield terminal that Rosefield owns and operates now. And that stipulation agreement from 1984 is publicly available, but Cantium hasn't offered it in this proceeding so far. And that stipulation agreement, commissioners, it's essentially a black box settlement that this commission is very familiar with. It is an agreement among the regulator and the impacted party or parties that says we're going to agree on this situation for these purposes, and it has no precedential value. For that to be the basis of escrow order for this commission to require essentially all of Rosefield's funds to be withheld is improper. The LPSC is authorized, but it is not required to approve a security arrangement when a regulated entity has an LPSC approved rate and then the regulated entity seeks an increase. That is Louisiana Revised Statute 45-1163.1 that Cantium has referenced in prior pleadings. If the increase rate is later determined to be excessive after a rate proceeding at the LPSC, then the security agreement facilitates the refund. That is not an applicable remedy for Cantium at this juncture. Instead, the appropriate remedy for Cantium is what they have pled in their complaint. Revised Statute 45:255 allows Cantium to be reimbursed any excess amounts after there's a determination of jurisdiction and determination of a rate. Rosefield does not dispute that. That is in Cantium's pleading. Now, commissioners, to draw an analogy, it's as if Cantium is the plaintiff in a personal injury lawsuit, and Rosefield is the defendant, and the commission is the judge or jury. And before damages have been established, and while liability is still unresolved, Cantium has asked and the LPSC has allowed essentially all damages to be paid by the defense up front. That is putting the cart way before the horse. Now, the financial impact of the escrow order, this is addressed in Exhibit A to Rosefield's supplemental rehearing request. It's the affidavit of Michael Glickert, which Ms. Bowman referenced. And this was originally provided in the context of injunction proceedings. And so Cantium and the LPSC have had this affidavit for about 30 days. This affidavit by Rosefield's CFO states or explains Rosefield's significant investments to acquire and improve the Fouchon terminal, to return the second of 3 tanks to service, and ongoing work to return the 3rd tank to service, and other investments. Just to remind y'all, the status of the Fouchon terminal when Rosefield acquired it in August 2023, only 1 of the 3 tanks was in operation. And when Chevron sold it, that's when Chevron sold it to Rosefield. And at that time, Chevron was charging 67 cents per barrel pursuant to that FERC stipulation and consent agreement. Cantium, at the closing, Chevron, or shortly thereafter, Chevron canceled that rate. Cantium did not oppose it. At that point in time, in late August of 2023, nominations on behalf of Cantium for September of 2023 had already been made, and the 67-cent rate was in effect. 18 days after closing, on September 10th, Rosefield issued its non-jurisdictional tariff for terminaling services at $2.50 a barrel with an effective date of October 1st, 2023. It was the earliest possible time frame for Rosefield to issue its tariff at its appropriate rate for operation. 67 cents per barrel has never been a commercially reasonable rate for Rosefield to acquire, to renovate, to operate the Fouchon terminal. Now, this is an interesting point. The volume of barrels that were handled by the Fouchon terminal now is approximately 25% of the volume when Chevron's legacy rate of 67 cents was charged. This is also included in the affidavit of Rosefield's CFO. So if you do the math, if the current volume is 1/4 of the volume when Chevron operated the Fouchon terminal, the cost to operate at the reduced volume will need to increase. So 4 times 67 cents equals $2.68. That's more than the $2.50 rate that Rosefield has in its tariff and charging to Cantium. The LPSC's escrow order requires $1.83 per barrel to be escrowed. The LPSC's escrow order equates to a reduction of Rosefield's monthly revenues by 73%. There is publicly available information also attached to Mr. Glickard's affidavit that reports that in 2024...
The staff is indicating a time element, so if you want to wrap it up.
Yes, sir, thank you. In 2024, Cantium's revenue was $473 million. So at $2.50 a barrel, the cost to Cantium was 1.5% of its annual revenue in 2024. Commissioners, Cantium does not rebut any of Rosefield's financial arguments in its opposition. Instead, it says it hasn't benefited from them. Currently, Cantium is extending the duration of its storage and seeking to utilize the second tank simultaneously with the first tank. Clearly, it's benefiting. And to conclude, Commissioners, I ask that the escrow order be withdrawn, and I ask that the exhibits that are before you, as attached to Rosefield's rehearing filings, confirmation that they be admitted into evidence for all purposes pursuant to Rule 27 of the PSC's rules.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll now hear from, actually, is it appropriate for a question, or should we go through the, I think it's better to hear from the other side, and I think we'll come back if we want to ask questions after that. So we'll hear from Cantium. Okay. Since it's a hearing, effectively. And they're going to keep time, and so they'll notify me, and I'll let you know when you have to wrap it up.
Thank you, Commissioner Scametta. Matthew Simone here on behalf of Cantium LLC. First and foremost, I think it's important to understand and to address the hypocrisy and fundamental unfairness with Rosefield's position. They said today, as they've said over and over again, Cantium can wait. Keep paying us $500,000 a month. They can get their money in the end. It's no big deal. You can get money in the end. Just wait. You can do that. 2 years, 4 years, just wait. Now, what does this escrow do? It does that exact same thing to both parties. It treats both parties fairly, and it's saying there's a disputed amount of money, let's put it in escrow, and both parties then are treated the exact same. That's what we're asking for, to treat both parties the same. And why do we even have to ask for security in an escrow to begin with? That's because for the past 2 years, Rosefield has taken every chance they can to delay this matter while they continue to reap a windfall on the backs of Cantium. They've asked for over 10 stays, appeals, injunctions to the LPSC, the ALJ, 2 courts, the 19 JDC, and then even once to the Department of Conservation and Energy. It's been pervasive, the amount of delay that they've taken, and that's why this is needed. Further, as the affidavit that's submitted pretty much tells us, they might not be able to pay these funds in the end. That's what that affidavit comes down to. They're running a business and might not be able to pay Cantium back for the funds that they've charged. Now also, let's keep the facts straight on this. In their filings, they keep telling you that this is a terminal and you've never regulated terminals. I agree with that. You're not regulating terminals. This is a pipeline. 2, they talk about how the jurisdictional issue is still up for debate. It's not. That has been ruled upon in December 2024 by the ALJ, by you all in 2025, and most recently in April of 2026, in which you state, quote, "This commission has jurisdiction over Rosefield." It is not up for debate. Now let's look at the law on this issue too. The statutory authority for providing the escrow, or requiring the escrow, is in Louisiana Revised Statute 45-1163.1D. This allows for this commission to require any increase in service while that rate determination is being made. Now, what Rosefield is trying to tell you is that, well, you haven't had a rate making for this. That's right. We had one scheduled to be happening this October. We've been trying to get there, but it's only because Rosefield has been pushing this back over and over and over again for months and months, and now years and years. And number 2, we agree, you haven't regulated them before. You know why? Because they failed to come and to you and register as they should as a pipeline common carrier. So they're saying this law doesn't apply to us. You know why? Because we didn't follow the law. They're saying we broke the law. We didn't follow what we were supposed to do. And because we did that, that means that you all can't regulate us. Now, in my opinion, that's not fair. That seems like I get pulled over by a police officer for speeding and say, you can't give me a ticket. I never registered my car and I never got a license, so I'm free to go. That's not how this works. You know, there's legal term, there's reality. The legal term is the Clean Hands Doctrine. They came to you violating statutes, and they were trying to hide behind their violations to not allow you to exercise your jurisdiction over them. Ms. Watts is correct. This is not litigation. And because it's not litigation, you all have different authority. And we cited you case after case after case in which an escrow has been put in place. We cited the law where this is able to do. So you do have the authority to provide this, this escrow. Also, the Supreme Court cases talk about why this is not confiscatory. To be confiscatory, it has to be outside of the bounds of Constitution, and that is fundamentally unfair. And let me back up for a second on this. The law says that they're supposed to register with you, and then if they increase, they ask for your approval to increase. They didn't do any of that. What this commission could do within the bounds of its jurisdiction and authority is say, you never asked us for an increase, therefore, you should not have increased. It was not a valid increase, and go refund all the money back to Canteen right now until you figure it out. That's what you could have done. I agree that it's fundamentally fair to both parties to say, let's put it in escrow until you all figure it out. I'd rather you say, give the money back to Canteen right now. That'd be fantastic. But that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for just a measure of fairness that's going to protect both parties in escrow. Briefly on the due process points, Rosefield was here. I rewatched the March and April hearings in which they argued due process. They briefed their arguments to you all. They argued it in front of you all. They didn't submit any evidence with that, and that was before there was any notion of live testimony that came in later. They had their chance, they used it. Last, there's an argument about contractual rights, that this is an interference with the contractual rights. I think that's wholly inappropriate here. The contract between the parties says that the rate that will be paid will be the tariff rate, the applicable tariff rate. That invites you to come and set a rate and to take hold of this contract. It asks you to do that, and that's what we're doing here. Briefly, again, getting to some of the points made by Ms. Watts, the insinuation that a FERC-regulated tariff is just a consent is just not accurate. I cannot imagine a world in which you go to FERC and say, hey, I want to pay this rate, and FERC says, you're right, I regulate you, I'm not going to do my job. I'll just let you pay whatever you want. That's not how that works. And that's why the 67 cents was not some sort of just silly, arbitrary number. It was a FERC-approved rate, and that's why it should be applying here. There's no guessing as to 67 cents. It's also the rate that Rosefield used for the end of October and September. And if they thought they didn't have to, what means that they had to even ask us to increase it? They could have just increased it, but they knew better that this is a tariff rate and that they need to get approval, except they failed to get the actual approval. As to the affidavit is incredibly self-serving. All it talks about are expenses without any numbers, without any backup, without any data. And it also doesn't say, where did the $14 million in overcharges that Canteen paid you, where did it all go? You run a small facility. I understand one person is the employee on site if he's ever there. This is not an idea where, they shouldn't do it. However, the point of all that is saying that this one affidavit does not get to the meat of the operations and revenue. That's rate setting. We'll do that when we get there. We'd love to get there sooner if we possibly could. Any insinuation that this gentleman, who's a CFO for a somewhat related company to Rosefield, knows Canteam's finances, it's also ludicrous. That's like me saying that I can go and tell you the finance stability of some company by just looking at it online one time. I don't think that's appropriate. Last, there is, a lot of statements made by Ms. Watts without any evidence whatsoever about the duration and storage of what may be going on right now. I think that that's not appropriate, as she's not providing evidence without foundation or support to it. And the fact that that's happening here is just a little disappointing. And Commissioners, that's all that I have in response. I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Okay. Before we move on, I know Commissioner Lewis had a question for Ms. Watts. Do you want to move on with your question for her, or do you want to?
Do you want me to ask a few
Yeah.
questions, or do you want me
You
to
want
take
to,
them first?
whichever one you want to do first. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, going off of your kind of last statement, does Canteen believe that the escrow amount ordered by the commission at 67 cents is appropriately tailored to protect your interest?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And is it, my understanding, and I'll ask this also, is that the escrow concept was briefed before the March order? Is that, and there were responses in those briefs as well about an escrow account?
Commissioner Lewis, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions before you go? Any questions from other commissioners? Okay, you're all excused. Do you have a question for Ms. Watts?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Jamie, if you want to come up.
Thank you, Ms. Watts. A question for you. Aside from this affidavit as stated as Exhibit A, is there any other new information Rosefield believes that warrants a rehearing of the escrow order?
New information, Commissioner, is the email attached to our rehearing request that supports the fact that Cantium is self-escrowing in violation of the specific verbiage of paragraph 2 of the escrow order, which is the escrow order, and comments made regarding the ability of the commission to set a rate that causes an entity to operate at a loss. Those are comments by the commission staff in their briefing in the injunction proceedings. Commission staff recognize that the commission cannot require an entity to operate at a rate that results in it operating at a loss, and that is what is happening here with Rosefield. So yes, there is, that packet of exhibits is all new information that has not been presented to the commission before today. And I reiterate my request that there be a ruling on the admissibility of those exhibits for purposes of further review by other tribunals.
Absolutely. Can I, staff, can you respond to that, please, for me?
Are we required to make a ruling on the exhibits?
You are not. The Rule 27 that Ms. Watts referenced says you can.
Does it say shall or may?
It does not say shall.
Okay.
Before I finish, well, let's finish that. Everything is in the record. The record is in front of you guys today related to this request for rehearing. So when Rosefield decides to appeal this order, they will have everything in the record at the 19th, as the commission always does, which is lodge the entire record for the 19th to review.
Okay, so it is what it is, and so we're just going to proceed with what's in the record.
And may I just comment very quickly?
Yes, please.
Ms. Watts indicated that staff admitted to saying that Rosefield had, and I'm going to paraphrase, but essentially a lower rate of return and that was confiscatory? No. All staff said in its brief in opposition to the injunction that was filed at the 19th was that the commission has yet to determine a rate for Rosefield because we have yet to get to a hearing on the merits in this matter.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioners, if I may very briefly reply, just to clarify, I may have misspoken or perhaps there needs to be some clarification, but the statement by staff that I was referring to that's attached as Exhibit 1 in your packet, Exhibit 1 to Rosefield's reply, was that is the Commission's job to balance the interest of all parties and to ensure jurisdictional entities have the opportunity to earn a fair return. So that's what I was quoting from staff. I believe that's different from what Ms. Bowman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Watts, for that response. If you can go to the affidavit, and I believe it is page 3, line 13 or part 13, where the affidavit states that the LPSC escrow order, if not reversed or enjoined, has caused and will continue to cause Rosefield immediate and irreparable harm by forcing it to operate at a loss, depriving it of its funds necessary to sustain terminal operations and jeopardizing its ability to continue as going on. So my question is, if the escrow requirement is removed, what alternative mechanisms would Rosefield propose to protect the funds that may ultimately be subjected to refunds or reparations?
I'm glad you asked that, Commissioner. Rosefield would be willing to consider some alternative security arrangements such as a bond. That is something that we explored several months ago in this process. So there are other options for providing security that would protect the parties involved that are less impactful and frankly dangerous than escrowing everything in excess of 67 cents per barrel.
Thank you. And a last question for staff. There was mention about the escrow order and I believe, Ms. Watts, you called this Exhibit A around Cantium depositing payments directly into the escrow itself. Ms. Bowman, my question to you is, does the order specify how payments of the escrow should be?
So I should have that order in front of me. I do not. The actual ordering language says Rosefield shall work with commission staff to establish an escrow account for all payments made since October 23 by Harvester Cantium to Rosefield above 67 cents. The order should be read in its entirety, which if you go back to the commission consideration section, which is the motion that was read into the record that day, it says that the remand does not alter the commission's action taken at the March 2026 B&E directing Rosefield to work with staff related to that. And I should have this in front of me, and I apologize for not being fully prepared. The March B&E minutes and the motion there was more specific, that indicated that for payments made by Cantium to Rosefield from October 23 through March of 2026 should be put into escrow by Rosefield because Rosefield had already received those payments. Those payments had been remitted. The language then said anything in the future payments shall just be put into the escrow. It was silent as to should that be by Rosefield or should that be by Cantium. So, it's up to the commission if they will just wanted to alter that to say, or just clarify on the record today to say Cantium separate the funds, remit the 67 cents per barrel to Rosefield and the difference, the 183, into the escrow account that will be created. I think that clarification on the record today suffices.
And Commissioner, if I may, just to add further clarification, Rosefield and Ms. Bowman myself personally and Ms. Bowman have communicated about the establishment of an escrow account. Ms. Bowman, after seeking input from Rosefield, presented Rosefield with 3 options for the escrow account. Rosefield communicated with her about the selected option. That escrow facility has provided a draft escrow agreement that Rosefield is reviewing. It contains some errors. For example, it does not say 67 cents. It has an erroneous number that needs to be corrected. So Rosefield and the LPSC staff are in compliance with the specific requirement to work together to establish an escrow account. It does not yet exist today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to do two things. First off, I'd like to, give a couple of statements. First off, I'm a big believer in credit and refund. And that's not just about looking forward, it's about looking backwards. And when the commission does make a final determination, if there is a differential in this, I think that the commission will order credit and refund on this, okay? Second thing is, that the problem with looking at a bond versus an escrow account is, the bond is gonna be an estimate. And a bond's not gonna be doing it's gonna be a set amount, it's not gonna have a fluid basis to it. And so with the escrow, we're gonna have an accurate amount of what the potential is of both. So it's gonna be more accurate, and the bond costs money, and where the escrow account, technically it's not gonna cost the same amount of expense. I do think it's interesting, just for discussion, or just to say it, that the commission itself does not have its own escrow facility, or if you want to call it a registry, which it should. And I think that the commission needs to establish that, and this is for Brandon, I guess, and for Catherine to look at, that the commission should establish its own registry system outside of the state treasury, and to have this for breaking it into separate accounts as necessary. Whenever we're doing transportation cases or cases like this or anything else, that the state, if we need to put things in the registry of the commission, that we can have the mechanism set in place and we won't have to go fishing around for something. But I will go ahead and make a motion at this time if it's appropriate. Or have you got the applied motion ready?
And Commissioner, if I may, I apologize for interruption, but I would like to respond to the evidentiary issue.
What evidence?
The request that there be a ruling on the admissibility of our exhibits, and I heard what you said. I heard what Ms. Bowman said.
Okay.
And if I would like just
Sure, go
very
ahead.
briefly, I agree with Ms. Bowman that filings, exhibits, other matters that are part of the LPSC's record are sent up to a reviewing court. However, that is different from exhibits and evidence being admitted for that purpose.
Okay, well, were you, when you were preparing for this, were you notified that this was going to be to rehear argument only?
Commissioner, I had a conversation with Ms. Bowman yesterday afternoon, following a conversation I had with Commissioner Lewis that said we were going to be provided some time for argument.
Okay, but it says here, argument only. Only arguments that are provided on ordering language in paragraph 2 of the escrow account. It doesn't say about submission of new documentation or anything else.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you tell me where you're reading from?
I'm reading it from the staff's information to us.
Okay, I don't have
Well,
that.
this is what the staff's telling me. So,
But Rosefield wasn't aware of that.
I understand.
And
but-
Commissioner,
I'm talking.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll interrupt each other later. But the point is that if we're here to make an argument, it's argument time. It's not time to introduce new evidence, okay? At that time, you've had multiple opportunities to introduce evidence as you want, and the staff says the rules do not require the introduction of evidence. I mean, I don't see why we need to just keep layering on more potential for new argument. If the staff says we don't have to do it, I'm relying on staff's statement, okay? And the staff says this is an argument. It's not, I just want to stack more, because, what I know about this is great, and it's something I can look at, but you already have all the information. So I'm going to ask Catherine her position on this, and we're relying on staff for their position on introduction of this information. But if I'm here just for argument, it's not argument and introduction of evidence. So let's hear what...
The parties were not made aware that this was limited to argument. This is in response to the April order.
What is the
specific
purpose
to
of your
escrow.
appearance here today?
My purpose here is to present legal argument and evidence
Well, wait,
to
you
the
just stopped right
commission.
there. You just said you're here to present an argument.
And evidence.
It-
Would the commission allow me the opportunity to
Wait,
proffer?
I want to hear what Catherine has to say. Stop right there and let's hear what she has to say on this.
So, I guess I'm a little confused as to what Ms. Watts is seeking. Rule 27 that she cites does allow, not mandate, that you guys as the commissioners can examine witnesses and rule upon admissibility of evidence. However, what is before us is a request for rehearing of an order, not whether or not Ms. Watts's record and evidence, which is in the record, which has been filed into the record, whether or not that is admissible. So that is not what is before. No one has challenged the admissibility. So there's not a proper posture for you guys to rule on admissibility, in my opinion, because there's not a question
So
of
you're
admissibility
advising
at
us
this
not to
point.
rule on the admissibility?
Yes.
Okay, there's the answer. Relying on staff, we're not going to rule on the admissibility at this time.
May I be allowed to proffer the evidence?
Ask Catherine, can she proffer it?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. The evidence is proffered. I mean, you've proffered the evidence, right?
Would you like for me to identify
Sure,
what's
go
being
ahead.
proffered?
You can identify for staff.
Exhibit A to Rosefield's request for rehearing is an email from Kimberly Martinez at Cantium dated April 20th, 2026. Exhibit A to the supplement to Rosefield's request for rehearing is an email from Catherine Frank to Catherine Bowman, Mr. Simone, and others dated Thursday, May 14th, 2026, that attaches the affidavit of Michael Glickert that was originally presented in the 19th JDC. Exhibit 1 to Rosefield's reply to Cantium's opposition, and this is a corrected version, is an excerpt from the Louisiana Public Service Commission's opposition to Rosefield's petition for injunction, also in the 19th JDC. And Exhibit 2 is an excerpt from the March 2026 B&E transcript with respect to this matter, and I would ask that those exhibits each be proffered for the record.
Okay, thank you. And Catherine, she has put them in the record and proffered them for the record. Okay? All right. Thank you, ma'am. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Just one quick question. I believe that Ms. Bowman did ask for the point of clarity on deposit of the escrow from Cantium moving forward. That I don't think was addressed. I just would
I'm
ask.
not finished yet.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
We're on our way.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I understand.
I would like, and also the issue on the particular escrow element is, I'm going to offer that through motion.
I'm sorry,
About
which
how the escrow payment is to be made.
Okay.
I'd like to offer it through the motion. Or do you have it prepped already? Well, we talked about this on how we were going to do this, the progress of the depositing and how it was going to function into the escrow, right? So from Cantium to the escrow account, correct?
I mean, if that is the commission's intention,
Well,
yes.
I put this in the motion, right?
I don't have a motion.
No, I'm about to make a motion.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
you want
that's
to
fine.
have that in the motion,
Got it.
correct? Okay, all right, so the chair moves that the commission staff establish an escrow account for all payments made by Cantium, actually, all payments made since October 2023 by Harvest or Cantium to Rosefield above 67 cents per barrel be paid by Rosefield to the commission-identified escrow account to be held in escrow until such time as the matter is resolved, either by judicial action or by the commission. Does that satisfy?
I need to read it. I'm sorry.
I'm
Did you-
telegraphing it to you right now.
Did you cover, I was trying to write, did you cover future payments, March or now June through?
I'm going to repeat it, and I'm going to go slow
Please.
because
Thank you.
Lauren's going to write it down. Chair moves that the commission staff establish an escrow account for the payment of all payments made since October 2023 by Harvest or Cantium to Rosefield and forward until such time as all litigation is complete in an amount of 67 cents per barrel to the escrow account services as identified by the staff.
think
Is
it's
that going to cover it?
I don't think the amount is correct.
67 cents per barrel?
I think it's the delta. The original motion and the order says the delta between the 67 cents and the current $2.50 rate.
I said above 67 cents, so that's.
Okay, then yes, sir.
That above 67 cents per barrel, that's the delta between 67 cents and whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
So the amount above 67 cents per barrel. I think that accurately does it. So that identifies that the payment will be made by Rosefield to the identified escrow account. Yes, the payments made by Harvest or Cantium to the identified escrow account to be held until such time as the matter of the litigation matter is complete. Correct?
I believe so.
All right, I'm going to ask both of y'all, does that satisfy Cantium? Does that satisfy you as far as being accurate?
Rosefield maintains its objection.
Yeah, I understand
but
a
that-
general objection to the action itself, but I want to make sure you're satisfied with the language associated with this.
if
Because
that
we want
is-
to
if
protect
that-
we want to protect your capital. We want to make sure that it satisfies that. We want to make sure that Cantium, that you're satisfied with the direction of how this moves into an escrow account that the staff identifies.
Commissioner Brenda, I believe I am in agreement, and that agreement is that Cantium will pay the above 67 cents per barrel moving forward directly into the escrow account.
Correct.
I agree with that.
And I believe that was
And that's
the
from,
original intention
since
of the
October
order.
2023, right?
Well, from October
previous order.
23 until the March B&E, the money they've already got those time, for
Okay.
those dates, Rosefield will pay.
So it's from today?
No, I think it goes back to the March B&E date.
Okay, so you did pay from October 2023 to March?
That we've already paid, yes.
Okay, so it's really March 2020.
Moving forward, it'll be
Six.
that.
In March, they started withholding funds.
So it's March 2026.
March
So
26.
unfortunately, in the dicta, it says October 2023. So let's make it March 2026 forward.
Well, so, okay, let's start back at the beginning. We have two separate payments.
Okay, well then identify them for the purpose.
That need to be made.
Okay.
From October of 2023
Three,
through.
and that's from Harvest and/or Cantium.
Harvest and/or Cantium paid Rosefield.
Right.
From October of 2023 through March of 2026.
Six, okay, that's left out of the dicta.
So those payments have already been remitted to Rosefield.
Okay?
So if the commission wants all disputed funds to be placed in the escrow account.
They have to
Rosefield must
recover
put-
those.
Yes,
Yep, recover.
Rosefield must
All
put
right.
those funds into the escrow.
Yep.
From
those-
March of 2026 moving forward, Cantium has the responsibility of putting the difference or anything above 67 cents per barrel into the escrow account.
Okay, you want to try again?
Well, I think that's clear.
I think it's clear. So they're basically making two separate identifiable payments.
Yes.
The first payment will be that all payments made between October 2023 by Harvest or Cantium to Rosefield between October 2023 until March 2026, correct?
Correct.
Shall be paid into the escrow account, correct?
By Rosefield.
By Rosefield. And then after that, from 2026, March 2026 forward, until such time as the litigation is complete and satisfied by complete judgment, that they shall pay into the escrow account established by the commission, any amount above 67 cents per barrel by Cantium to Rosefield.
Correct.
Okay? Fair enough? Correct?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. This is my motion. Any seconds?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter's approved. Sorry for the delay on that, folks.
Thank you.
All right, move on to the next item, please, which I believe will be,
Exhibit 3.
oh,
So,
do we have to deny the motion for rehearing?
No, we approved the motion for rehearing.
we approved the motion for rehearing, but we denied, we approved the request to rehear, you denied the rehearing itself. Does that make sense? It's semantics.
Okay.
But given your motion was to reestablish the escrow account,
Do we need to do any further action on this particular item before moving forward?
Maybe in the
I think it would be clearer if you guys did a motion to deny Rosefield's rehearing.
Chair moves to deny Rosenfield's rehearing. Any seconds? Seconded by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none, their motion is denied. Okay?
So,
Thank
exhibit
you for
number
pointing that out.
3 is docket number T37789. This is the Commission versus Rodney Dupree doing business as Jace's Towing. It's alleged violation of revised statute 45161 through 180.1 and general order dated November 8th of 1999 by operating intrastate without commission authority, as well as violation of general order dated December 20th of 2024 for exceeding state prescribed rates allegedly having occurred on or about October 4th of 25. This is discussion and possible vote on the recommendation of the administrative law judge. Staff investigated the towing company after receiving a complaint and determined that they had conducted a non-consensual tow without commission authority and had exceeded prescribed towing rates. Staff then issued a citation, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin, and the company did not appear at the hearing. Staff argued that the company performed the non-consensual tow without authority and exceeded the prescribed rates, and requested that there would be a refund of the overcharge. Based on the evidence admitted at the hearing in this matter, the ALJ issued a recommendation on June 5th of this year, finding that Rodney Dupree doing business at Jace's Towing is guilty of violating the revised statutes 45161 through 180.1 and the Commission's general orders by operating intrastate without authority and exceeding the state prescribed rates, that the company shall pay a $1,000 fine pursuant to the revised statutes for violating the revised statutes in the Commission's general order. They shall also pay a $25 citation fee, that all of those fines and fees shall be paid in certified funds within 30 days effective of this order, and that the company shall refund to the constituent that complained the amount of $171.84 in certified funds and submit proof of payment of the same to the Commission within 30 days of this order.
Motion to accept the administrative law judge recommendations.
Second by, moved by Commissioner Lewis, second by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item, please.
Exhibit number 4 is docket number T37844. This is the Commission versus Keep It Moving Services. It's an alleged violation of the revised statute 45168 and general orders dated July 1st of 1921 as amended, April 3rd, 2008 as amended, and July 12th, 2013 by exceeding rates as outlined in the company's tariff while operating under Common Carrier Certificate number 7508-A. This is discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on the affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier, so we will need 2 votes. As a result of an investigation by staff, a citation was issued to the company based on these aforementioned allegations and violations, and in response to that citation, the president of the company executed an affidavit admitting to all violations and agreed to an imposition of a $25 citation fee and $1,000 fine, with $500 being suspended, contingent on the condition that they agree to refund the overcharges for the moving services. They agree to provide proof of the aforementioned refund, and they agree to follow the Commission's rules and regulations regarding estimates of regulated household good movers, as well as pay certified funds to the Commission by date certain. The staff recommends that the Commission exercise its original and primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider the affidavit and stipulation and accept that affidavit and stipulation executed on May 4th of 2026.
Okay, I'll get it to it. Move to bring the matter up under Rule 57. Second by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Move to accept staff affidavit and stipulation. Any second? Second by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item, please.
Exhibit number 5 is docket number T37907. It's the Commission versus Jeff Middlebrooks Trucking regarding a violation of the revised statutes by operating beyond the scope of authority in Common Carrier Certificate number 8683. Is a discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on an affidavit and stipulation. As a result of an investigation, transportation staff issued a citation to the company, and in response to that citation, the owner executed an affidavit and stipulation based admitting to the violations, in that the carrier also agreed to the imposition of a $25 citation fee and a $2,000 fine, with $500 being suspended contingent on the following conditions. The company will plead guilty to the violations, that they will not be found guilty or enter a plea of not guilty or no contest for a period of 1 year of any of violations of Commission's rules and regulations, agree to cease transporting regulated waste for disposal other than salt water until the carrier obtains a Common Carrier Certificate for the other types of waste, Agree to implement changes to the company's training policy and remit payment in the amount of $1,500 and $1,525 payable to the commission. Staff recommends that the commission exercise its original primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider the affidavit and stipulation and accept the same, which was executed on May 20th of 2026.
Second, moved by Commissioner Francis to bring it up under Rule 57, second by the chair. Any opposition? Hearing none, matters approved. Next, move to accept affidavit and stipulation. Any seconds?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved.
We've already handled Exhibit 6, so we will move on to Exhibit 7, which is docket number S37881. This is Clico Power's request for an extension and amendment of blanket financing authorization. It's a discussion and possible vote on staff report and recommendation. On March 24th of this year, Clico filed this application seeking to amend its current 4-year blanket financing for an additional year. The application was published in the Commission's official bulletin and no interventions were filed. The application seeks to extend the blanket financing through the end of 2027 and restate the current remaining blanket authorization as $660 million. Clico reiterates the fact that the program has now worked well from the standpoint of all parties for nearly 20 years, allowing Clico to respond timely to changes in the capital markets while ensuring the extensive and active Commission's oversight and review of those proposed financial transactions. Staff found that the current blanking financing authorization has operated as intended. There have been 4 requests for financing authority filed by the Commission with no problems within the operation of the blanketed authority were noted by staff or the company. On June 3rd of this year, staff filed its report and recommendation concluding that the authorization should be renewed. Staff reviewed the stipulated terms in effect under the Commission's current blanket authority and found that the same terms with few minor modifications should carry forward. Staff recommends that the company's blanket financing authority for long-term and short-term financings be amended to provide for a remaining blanket financing authorization of $660 million and extend it for a term through December 31st of 2027, subject to the terms filed in staff's report and recommendation on June 3rd, 2026.
Move to accept staff recommendation. Any seconds?
Second.
Matters moved by chair, seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item, please.
Exhibit number 8 is docket number U37225. This is Entergy's application for approval of a natural gas cost stabilization program. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. On May 29th of 2024, Entergy filed this application, which was developed from its natural gas stabilization pilot program required by Commission General Order number R32975. Specifically, the company sought a finding that the proposed stabilization program, including the volumes and instruments proposed, is reasonable in the public interest and prudent. It was also published in the Commission's official bulletin, and LUG intervened. After discovery and filing of testimony, Entergy and staff reached an uncontested stipulated settlement, which was not opposed by LUG. Staff recommends that the Commission approve that uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on May 26th of this year.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
Any second by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered.
We have handled Exhibit 9, so we will move on to Exhibit number 10, which is docket number U37563. This is Entergy's application for certification of the Adams Creek Robert 230 kV project pursuant to General Order dated September 10th of 2024, which is the transmission siting order. It's a discussion and possible vote on a final recommendation of the ALJ. Entergy sought certification pursuant to the Commission's general order that the public convenience and necessity would be served by completion and siting of the transmission project on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain as part of the larger Amite South transmission project. The project is sited in the Amite South planning region with a cost estimate of approximately $198 million. Entergy's application in this docket is the last of 5 filings before the Commission presenting the Amite South transmission project, which is a 3-phase transmission project to construct new and upgraded facilities within Amite South. According to Entergy, the project is an essential step to facilitate the industrial block load growth underway in the larger Amite South region and make possible economic and reliability benefits it will provide. And Entergy contends that the project will significantly improve Entergy's ability to mitigate the risk of events like the May 2025 load shed. Commission staff's position was that the Commission can find that the project will serve the public convenience and necessity, is in the public interest and the interest of affected ratepayers in accordance with the Commission's order, and can be approved pursuant to that order subject to staff's recommended and uncontested conditions. Further, the staff says the project provides added flexibility for generation planning, improved resilience to extreme events, and expanded load-serving capabilities, even if not immediately required. LUG urged the Commission to deny the certification of the proposed project, arguing that Entergy's own probability assessments of its forecasted new block load additions and the evidentiary record does not demonstrate that enough load has reasonable probability of actually materializing to support Entergy's claims. Based on the testimony presented at the hearing, the tribunal was unable to conclude that the construction of the project is a reasonable and cost-effective solution to the problem being addressed, i.e. the block load growth. Hence, the question to be addressed is whether construction of the project is a reasonable and cost-effective solution to the May 2025 load shed event. On behalf of staff, Mr. Siston testified that if the recommended changes to the MISO temporary IRL procedures had been in place, MISO would not have required the load shed, and the after-action report informs that MISO noted that no single project can guarantee to have averted the load shed event. Considering the totality of the evidence, the tribunal was unable to conclude that the project is in the public interest, and her recommendation is that the project as described in Entergy's April 21, 2025 application, testimony, and exhibits does not serve the public convenience and necessity, therefore is not in the public interest, and is not in the interest of affected ratepayers, therefore the application should be denied. I also have a motion from Commissioner Scribetta, if you would like me to read it.
Go ahead.
It is my view that the benefits of the project exceed the cost. It will not only provide an additional north-south route into the Amite South load pocket, but will also provide an additional 100 megawatt of load serving and import capabilities. The project will also increase reliability and prevent thermal overloads as block loads are added to the system in the future. It will provide increased extreme weather event resilience. And had the project been in service at the time, it would have prevented the May 2025 load shed event. Therefore, I move that the Commission reject the final recommendation of the Administrative Law Judge and find that the Adams Creek to Robert 230 kV project is in the public interest. Its siting and completion will serve the public convenience and necessity, and the project complies with the requirements of the Commission's 2024 siting order. In addition, staff testimony recommended various reporting requirements in its direct testimony, which were not contested. This approval adopts staff's recommended reporting requirements filed into the record on September 16, 2025. Specifically, those requirements are referenced at pages 17 through 18 of the direct testimony of R. Lane Sissung and pages 21 through 23 of the direct testimony of John Chapman.
Okay, that is my motion. So moved. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item, please.
Exhibit number 11 is docket number U37586. It's Concordia's application for an increase in rates, including interim rates, tariff modifications, and for the establishment of a emergency reserve fund. Is a discussion and possible vote on uncontested stipulated settlement. Concordia filed this application and it was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions. Concordia requested to implement 60% of the overall requested increase, or approximately $1.8 million as interim, and also sought approval of a $1.1 million reserve fund to be collected over 3 years with an immediate implementation. At the June 2025 Commission meeting, the Commission voted to grant Concordia's interim rates subject to certain terms. On October 25th of 2025, staff filed the direct testimony in support and recommendation, and on November 24th of 2025, Concordia filed objections. Subsequent to the filing of testimony, Concordia and staff reached a resolution on all issues, resulting in an uncontested stipulated settlement being filed into the record on May 12th of 2026. Staff recommends that the Commission accept that uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on May 12th of 2026.
Chair moves to accept the staff recommendation. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. And next item, please.
The next couple of items are similar to one another, just so you guys know. The first is Exhibit 12, which is docket number 37602. It's the Commission's audit of the purchase gas adjustment filings for CenterPoint Energy ARCLA for the period of January 23 through March of 25. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. The Commission authorized the PGA audit of the monthly financial filings submitted by ARCLA pursuant to our PGA general order, and we hired Henderson Ridge to conduct those reviews. We filed staff's audit report into the record on February 24th of this year, finding that all costs incurred were reasonable and prudent, and that there was nothing, ineligible costs were not passed through. ARCLA has reviewed the staff report and has no opposition to the findings, conclusions, and recommendations therein, and the joint report and draft order was filed into the record on May 1st of this year. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and issue the draft order filed into the record on May 1st of 2026.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is Exhibit 13, which is the audit of the purchase gas adjustment for CenterPoint Energy Intex for the same period of time, January of 23 through March 31st of 2025. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. Same as the last one, we authorized the purchase gas adjustment audits. We hired Henderson Ridge to conduct those audits. And they found that all the costs incurred and recovered were reasonable and prudent, and that there were no ineligible costs passed through the PGA mechanism for recovery. Staff filed its audit report into the record on February 24th of 2026. And after reviewing that report, Intex indicated no oppositions to the findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Therefore, a joint report and draft order were filed into the record on May 1st of this year. Staff recommends that the Commission accept that joint report and issue the draft order filed into the record on May 1st of 2026.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation. Any seconds? Second by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item, please.
We have handled Exhibit 14, so we are moving to Exhibit 15. This is docket number U37741. It's Delta North Louisiana Gas Company's Rate Stabilization Plan Earnings Annual Report for the 12 months ending June 30th of 2025. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On October 1st of 2025, the docket was initiated when Delta North filed its rate stabilization monitoring report. It was published in the Commission's official bulletin and no interventions were received. Pursuant to the company's filing, the reported ROE was 6.5% as the as-filed results needed a rate increase. After staff's review and recommendation filed on June 5th of this year, staff made certain disallowances which when combined resulted in an adjusted ROE of 6.66%, which also is still below the band. Therefore, Delta should be allowed to adjust its rates to generate a net increase in the revenue of approximately $6 million, as well as order to refund over collections adjusted for taxes at plus interest at a rate of 5% per annum. Delta North reviewed staff's report and recommendation and had no objections, and the parties subsequently filed a joint report and draft order into the record. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and issue the draft order filed into the record on June 5th of this year.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation. Any opposition? I'm sorry, need a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item.
Exhibit 17 is docket number U37742. This is Delta South's Rate Stabilization Plan Earnings Annual Report for the 12 months ending June 30th of 2025. Is a discussion, discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. This docket was initiated when Delta South filed its rate stabilization plan monitoring, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions being received. The company reported an ROE of 5.30%, which reflected a rate increase pursuant to its RSP. After the Commission staff reviewed and filed its report and recommendation on June 5th of this year, made certain disallowances which combined resulted in an ROE of 5.51%. Therefore, Delta South should be allowed to adjust its rates to generate a net increase in revenue of approximately $7.4 million, inclusive of TCJA adjustments, as well as ordered a refund of all over collections adjusted for taxes plus at a rate of 5% per annum. Delta staff reviewed staff's report and recommendation and had no objection to that recommendation and subsequently filed a joint report and draft order with staff resolving all issues. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and issue the draft order filed into the record of this matter on June 5th of this year.
Move to accept staff recommendation by the chair. Any seconds?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved.
Exhibit number 17 is docket number U37763. This is Evangeline Gas's request for an increase in rates, request for approval of rate stabilization plan, and request of Commission's non-opposition for a loan and line of credit for operating expenses. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. October 21st of 2025, Evangeline filed the instant application, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions. March 19th of this year, Evangeline filed some supplemental information into the record, which also was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions. Staff reviewed all of the information, and on May 22 of 2025, staff filed direct testimony in support of the recommendation with Evangeline indicating no objections. On May 28th of this year, the parties subsequently entered into an uncontested stipulated settlement, and the executed settlement was filed into the record. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on May 28th of 2026, and that the order issued in this proceeding be effective immediately.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. Next item.
Next item is exhibit number 18, which is multiple dockets. It's docket numbers X 37919, 37920, and 37922. This is the commission's audit of purchase gas adjustment filings for Delta North Louisiana Gas Company for the period of April 1st, 2025 through March 31st of 2026. The commission's audit of Delta Capital Gas Company for the period of July 1 of 2025 through March 31st of 2026. And then the commission's audit of the purchase gas adjustment filings for Delta South for the period of April 1, 2025 through March 31st of 2026. It's a discussion and possible vote to retain an outside consultant. We issued an RFP for this and received 3 qualifying bids. The first is Drexel Hamilton with $76,500 in fees and $5,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $81,500. The second was London Economics of $86,220 in fees and $2,978 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $89,198. And the third was Exeter and Associates of $107,000 in fees and $1,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $108,000. Staff makes no recommendation as all bidders are qualified.
Any motions?
Move to accept Drexel Hamilton.
Second, a move by Commissioner Lewis for Drexel Hamilton, second by the chair. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved for Drexel Hamilton. Next item, please.
Exhibit number 19 is a docket to be determined. It's Clico Power and Clico Partners joint application for authorization in the change of ownership and control of Clico Power. It's a discussion and possible vote to retain outside counsel. We did issue an RFP for this one and we received 2 bids. The first is Patrick Miller of $185,000 in fees and $5,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $190,000. And the second is Fishman Haygood for $325,000 in fees and $15,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $340,000. Staff does not make a recommendation as both bidders are qualified.
Motion to accept Fishman Haygood, number 2.
Okay, and the chair offers an alternate motion for the low bid of Patrick Miller for $185,000.
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Well, I'm sorry, was there a second for the Commissioner Francis's motion?
I'll second.
Okay. And we have to substitute motion of Patrick Miller for $185,000, and that's the chair's motion. Any seconds on that? So chair's motion dies for lack of a second, and so we can carry the vote on the first motion.
Correct, so I'm assuming opposition from chair.
No, chair removes opposition.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you correctly.
Nope, chair moves opposition. So Fishman Haygood wins that by no opposition.
Exhibit 20 is also undocketed. This is the State Universal Service Fund Administrator. It's a discussion and possible vote to renew Malden and Jenkins CPA and Business Advisor Services. Malden, which was formerly LaPorte, has handled this fund for well over 20 years, has continued to demonstrate their technical capabilities and competence and resources in the fields of accounting, investment management, computer system administration, and debt collection practices. And they have indicated their willingness to continue providing those same services for the same rate, which is $10,000 a month. Staff recommends that the commission renew Malden and Jenkins services for an additional year with the option to renew thereafter under the same billing structure previously approved, which is $10,000 a month.
I'll ask him publicly. Chair moves to recommend the commission renew the Maudlin and Jenkins services contract for an additional year. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, matters approved. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
With down to 3-2, with me having to abstain, can they approve my prior votes? Or do we have to move that to the next agenda?
Let's wait on, yes, let's wait on those.
Okay.
So we will move,
You only got to wait too long. It's the next item.
well, but the only 2 items we have left are Exhibit 21. Well, we can ratify the RTO votes.
Yeah, those are RTO votes. Those are,
Well, but there's 2, so.
But with
Yeah.
me, it could be two votes can ratify with one
Oh,
abstention.
no.
So do you have to just wait for those until August?
So we have RTO, we have interventions and FERC proceedings as well as.
We can do those.
Yes, sir, that's,
But I mean the RTO votes.
yes, we're gonna
I think he's
see-
gone.
Oh.
He's like gone.
yes. Left. No,
Yes.
Commissioner Cousson's gone for the day.
Yeah.
Then yes, we will move those ratifications.
Let's push the ratification votes as my representation for the Regional State Subcommittee of the Southwest Power Pool till August. Okay?
Just so move SPP, defer SPP, but still do the FERC one.
Correct. We can do that.
Right, what about Exhibit 23? Do we need to go offline?
No, I think he can vote on that.
Okay, so we will defer, so under Exhibit 21, the Connexon discussion is deferred till August, and after discussions, we are.
Hang on a second, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at Exhibit 21 now,
Yes, sir.
correct? So we're going to, Connexon is being moved?
It's deferred till August, yes, sir.
It is deferred, okay, all right. And the discussion and possible road to ratify the commission RTO is deferred.
No, that one we can vote on, it's the
Oh, I'm sorry.
ratification of the SPP votes.
It's the
that we are
SPP vote
deferring.
is deferred, so we're going to vote on the commission RTO related.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
And let's get
That's
there.
20,
That's 21 under ERSC OMS SPP FERC.
yeah, I got it, but that's the deferral. Number 21 SPP is deferred.
Yes, but under 21, there's also a discussion and possible vote to ratify interventions of the commission in RTO-related or other FERC regulatory proceedings.
Yeah, I got it, number 4, correct? No, that's
Ye-
number 4 is not the one we're going to do. That's got to be.
No, number 4 is both. So number 4 has 2 bullets. The first bullet is RTO, the second bullet is SPP.
I understand, but I'm looking at the actual agenda item instead of the.
So at the top, it says Exhibit 21-SPP.
Yes,
That's the
but
one
if you
that's
look
getting
down the
deferred.
voting items, we have to, we're moving that till August, correct?
Correct. And then Exhibit 21-FERC, we can take up
That's
today.
what I was looking for. I got a little confused in the discussion, that's all. So, got it. So 21 FERC, let's move on to that, please.
Yes, sir. So due to the short deadlines allowed for those interventions, if commission approval is not possible in advance, the executive secretary can make those recommendations. Interventions were filed on the commission's behalf for the purpose of monitoring issues related to MISO and/or SPP or other FERC proceedings in 6 dockets. And staff recommends that the commission ratify the actions taken in ER 26-2249, ER 26-2373, ER 26-2374, ER 26-2448, ER 26-2450, and EL 26-74.
Chair moves to ratify the commission's actions. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, the matter is approved. And is
then
is that it?
No, sir, there's one more.
One more?
Exhibit number 23 is the election of the
Oh, that's right.
ERSC, SPP, and OMS
Yeah, I am,
representatives.
the chair is removing himself from those 3 particular representations and recommending that Commissioner Francis will take those positions for ERSC, SPP, and OMS representative for 2026, and so move. And any second?
Just have 2 votes.
That's all right, 2.
Okay, second.
Second. And any opposition? Okay, none, that's complete. So congratulations, Commissioner Francis.
That
And
is
the chair moves to adjourn. Any opposition?
Second. Okay.
That's second. And any opposition? Then congratulations. Please, everyone, have a safe and happy 4th of July. Come back with all your fingers. Okay.